Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to the 5th session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, City of Dread. With me tonight are our 4 vampires. Everyone's here at the very beginning, which I'm excited about. In the top left corner, over there, we have Snip as Nulai, who's looking very metropolitan, as always. You must live in like some amazing penthouse to get that view. You also live in some sort of two-dimensional, hand-drawn utopia, I guess. But it's nice. I approve.
It's the big streamer money that buys you this much.
Yes.
About $200.
$200! Wait, no. Dollary fins. What do they call those?
Something like that, sure.
Anyway, in our top right, we have hypothetical Velociraptor as Flynn, who is coming at us, the voice in the dark, hopefully not eating people while we're not looking. How you doing tonight?
Look, I ate one person.
Yeah, I know, but, like, I need to hold something over your heads or else there's no tension. One day, you will be able to live it down just as soon as you eat someone else. Now, bottom left, we have Blue Moon Empress as Katya, who has not done any people eating, but, I mean, you did chop off a defenseless vampire's head. One could say it was very deserved, but you still did it.
He was a people eater. That's what we do when they get out of control.
You're all people eaters. Well, people, snackers. People, finger food? I don't know. People munchers. Let's not go in. And lastly, in our bottom right, even though I pointed down because I can't angle, we have Ruthie on Fire as Joanne, our child of the prince who has not quite gotten into the murdery habits yet. I guess Nulai and Joanne both are our murder virgins, but we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see how long that lasts.
I do have a taste for ankles though now.
Ah, yes, you're the little ankle biter.
It's gonna be hard pressed to stop me.
And that is our coterie. Before we get into the action, as always, I'll set the scene, remind everybody of what you're watching. This is Vampire the Masquerade, a tabletop game. D&D, but modern setting and with vampires instead of swords and axes and heroics. As always, in a stream like this, the alert notifications are off. If you subscribe or give me money, you'll still have my gratitude. You just won't get the loud bells and whistles so that we don't interrupt any character moments. And also, I can't really talk with chat much. You're there. Hi, guys. I see you. I promise. But we super focus on these so that they can be watched back by anyone at any time on YouTube or what have you, where there is no chat. So just wave at us through the window and we'll acknowledge you next week, okay? Cool. So, Vampire the Masquerade is set in the world of darkness. A world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, the occasional ghost. We haven't run into any of the latter 2 yet, but maybe one day. Our 4 players will step once again into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. Our player coterie works for the Camarilla, which is a sort of secret vampire government. The Camarilla set up in a city led by a prince, which is a gender-neutral term as far as vampires are concerned. Our prince in particular is a woman named Juliet. The prince and her court keep the vampires, or kindred as they call themselves, in line for the sake of survival and safety. Their number one rule is the Masquerade, which is to keep hidden from mortals. If mortals become fully aware of vampire existence, well, they have the numbers and they have the technology, so they would no doubt destroy the vampires. Our game is set in Shadeport, which is a fictional city which could exist in any nation or in none of them. We made that decision since we are a multicultural group. We've got 2 Aussies, an American, a Finn, a South African. We're from all over the world. Shadeport's Camarilla is new and small, with little control over the city as a whole. They used to be in charge, but then some bad stuff happened, and vampire hunters came in and cleared the whole city out, so 5 years later they're a shell of what they used to be, and most people, or most undead who live in Shadeport now, weren't around back then. Most of them got wiped out. Prince Juliet Hammersley and Sheriff Mikhail run the court. They work hard, night by night, to establish themselves as the city's greatest power. But they're not there yet. Our coterie do some of that work on their behalf. In our last session, the coterie met a man named Theodore Church. He was a powerful, independent kindred leader. He claims to be the head of a group called the Western Shadeport Collective, a loose group of kindred gangs, families, societies. We don't really know too much about the makeup of all of those little groups. He's the spokesman, he's the front man, he's the one they've met. We only know about one. An overly confident gang from the docks called the West Bank Boys, who are maybe not the smartest tools in the shed, but who have very biteable ankles. Church, however, seems like the real deal. He claims that his group believe in freedom from Camarilla's style of government, that they will protect each other if the Camarilla chooses to make war with them, and that at the moment they are definitely big enough to take our friends and heroes on. Church, however, is open to peaceful relations with the Camarilla court, but he's demanded a meeting with the prince at a location that is deemed an official Elysium. Now, as the party would all know at this point, except maybe Nulai, who knows very little, an Elysium is a protected space under Camarilla law, where all guests, all visitors, all kindred are guaranteed physical safety and protection from any other vampire, violence, any powers, any abilities. At the Elysium, you don't use your mojo on anybody, you don't punch anybody, you don't bite, you don't kick. You can scream, but not if your scream has some sort of enhancement that hurts people. Just regular old mortal strength. Ah! That's about the extent of what you're allowed to do at a place like this. In making this demand of the coterie, Church is showing willingness to engage in a Camarilla tradition, which is nice, though he has maintained that he and his collective are not going to bow their heads. A peaceful solution requires respect and equality, not subservience. So with this meeting with Church fresh in their minds, we will join our coterie as they travel home from this mission to Prince Juliet's mansion, since we never did get our debrief from last week. We didn't have the time. So, I hope y'all remember everything. Hope y'all took notes. That's a confidence-inspiring shake of the head, Nulai. Well, I mean,
I remember somewhat. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty hungry and a little beat up.
Yes, y'all need to take care of yourselves, but just throwing it ahead a little, my intention is to, after the debrief, give you guys enough nights of downtime that most of the battering that you took will be erased, unless anyone took anything serious, but I don't believe anyone did. Let us... Which one is it? Here we are.
I've got 3 points of superficial damage.
Yeah, you got smacked around a bit by Derek and his fists.
3 points of hunger. So, yeah, I need to do some self-care.
Yes. Do you want to do that before you present yourself to the prince, or would you rather get business out of the way and then focus on yourself?
I mean, I don't know. Might as well go and get it out of the way. Juliet will find out anyway at some point if things went amok, so there's no point in hiding it.
Yeah. Showing up looking pristine, and I mean, she's going to ask you what happened, and I don't necessarily...
It'll be a bit...
I don't know that you have anything to hide from her. Oh, we got into a fight. Yeah, alright, that's...
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not like an overprotective mother who will immediately take you out of your school and Make you move to an adjacent school.
Now, no more playing with your vampire friends. No, you will. If you're going to bite someone, you're going to do so under my supervision, and with like pre-approved necks only.
You're gonna get homeschooled.
No bad influence blood.
Students only.
We're gonna have to detox you from that nasty Derek. Ugh. You don't know where he's been.
I mean, he tasted amazing though, because he's a kindred, and kindred blood is always better, unless they're like poisoned or something. But that's, you don't really know much about that. Anyway, you guys, I assume that as always you take a car driven by one of the prince's people because only one of you drives, and I don't know that Flynn wants to do all of that work, so you're all just happy to get chauffeured everywhere like kings. Pull up at the mansion, and at this point you guys don't need to stand and wait at the door or anything. You recognize people. You can come into the usual waiting foyer that you always start in, but you are informed by one of Juliet's staff that Her Majesty is in a meeting at the moment. You will need to wait. Shouldn't be too long. Is everybody just...
So do we wait in the lobby, or do we...
There's the usual front waiting room that you're well used to, but I mean, Joanne, you're comfortable enough there that if you wanted to go for a walk around the house, you don't think you'd be stopped. Nulai, you reckon you might be, considering your history. But the others... Flynn didn't stay at the mansion as much as everyone else, so you'd perhaps feel a bit less free and a bit more watched. Cartier, I think you came and went often enough, so they'd probably feel relaxed around you. But you can, quietly wait in the waiting room. Or you can not. Does anybody not? You haven't been told exactly where this meeting is happening, but you can assume that it's in Juliet's office. That's where she normally brings people in.
I shall
gonna
wait.
wait.
We're a good dog.
Okay. Everybody just being polite?
Wait, just a little lounge about a bit.
Right.
Sounds good to me.
Might be bad killers, but we're good dogs.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't take long. 5 minutes later, you hear footsteps and shuffling, and you hear the soft voice of one of the staffers politely letting Juliet know that the four of you are here, and then you hear a loud voice that some of you recognize. Ah! Perhaps I'll meet your friends. More talking. And then they come through. 3 of them. You recognize Prince Juliet. To her right, you see everybody's favourite seneschal, Jacob. Looks like the rod up his arse has gone another few inches in. He's standing very tall and looking unrelaxed. And then to his left, sorry, not to his left, but to Juliet's left, you see a man in a business suit with a fedora on, looking familiar. Flynn, Nulai, you've spoken to this person often enough. Katia, you've met them once in passing. Joanne, you see him...
Does it trigger anything?
And you know that you have seen him before.
Okay.
You do not instantly remember the entire conversation that you had in your very first session where he wiped your mind of the whole thing, but you know instinctively that this body shape, this smiling face, is not a complete stranger to you, and your mind is fast enough to put it together with the suspicions that you have, and you're pretty sure that this is one Walter Crimson. He doesn't speak first, though. Juliet does. Ah. I see that you've returned. She looks straight at Joanne's rather beat-up face. Oh my.
Forgot about this.
Rough night?
You might say that.
Crimson cuts in at this point and says, "Working hard for your prince, I see. Is this... your, Joanne?" Juliet sort of hesitantly nods. She's looking a bit guarded with regards to him. Says, "Well, certainly seems like a wonderful choice to grant the gift of our kind, too." Yeah, very creepy. That's a good reaction. I like that, yeah.
I don't like his tone.
Do you say that out loud?
No, I just eyeball him very skeptically.
Juliet just kind of sighs under her breath, says, "Joanne is a very highly respected and valued member of my court and of my family, yes. This is Mr. Walter Crimson. We were just discussing business. He is another kindred in this city who we are hoping to work with, as far as the Camarilla is concerned. But by all means, I've taken up too much of your time." "Oh, no, of course, any amount of time is fine for my prince. I am happy to wait at your leisure. Anyhow," he looks around at everybody, smiles. "I'm sure you have a lot to discuss with Her Majesty here. Who knows? Perhaps one day we shall work together and be very good friends." He smiles at Joanne, nods politely. He looks to Flynn, nods politely. He looks to Nulai. Do you catch his eye?
Mostly try to avoid it. Like not like, you know, not like turning heads avoiding, but mostly just, you know, look side-eyed.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid it.
He chuckles a little at that and moves on. He looks to Katya and he just looks a little quizzical and says, "You seem like you have a lot of stories to tell."
Don't we all?
Till next time. He has nothing more to say, and he merrily jaunts. Is that He's just kind of happily bounding away as though everything in life is fine and fancy and the world is wonderful. But
jauntily steps.
Yeah.
Struts.
Strutting is more like, "Hey, look at me, I have a big dick," to me. But that's not really what he's doing.
You wouldn't do that?
No,
okay.
no. "Hey, look at me, I have a big brain," maybe. He's...
10-inch brain situation, okay.
Yeah, just... But he, you know, takes himself out of the situation. Jacob doesn't. But, you know, Juliet says, "All right, I imagine you have a lot to apprise me of from your trip with the Anarchs." She turns, gestures into her office, and begins to walk towards it, and for all intents and purposes, Jacob seems to be sticking with the group.
Oh. Can I frown at him and kind of like block his way as we go into... Just...
How serious are you trying to stop him from getting into the office, like out and out, or just be annoying?
It'd just be annoying.
Alright, well, he
Oh, I didn't see you there. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, of course, I rarely see much.
Flynn will follow closely behind Joanne and sort of jostle Jacob as well, like, and mention it. "Oh, I'm so sorry," and like put her foot on one of his shoes and just scuff it slightly.
He adjusts his glasses, which you've spent enough time in the court, Joanne, to know that is his "I am annoyed but don't have a comeback" maneuver. He's just like... It's kind of like a face palm without face palming. He doesn't want to be looked at. You feel socially superior in this moment. Does anybody have willpower damage? Flynn and
No,
Joanne.
but for my reference,
Yes.
did he attend any of our prior discussions with Joanne, or is it different that he's in the room this time?
With Juliet.
Juliet, I'm sorry.
It's usually Mikhail, but you know enough about titles and the way the court works that the seneschal present in a meeting with the prince. It's not a guarantee, but it's also not weird, and it would be strange if a rank and file were to question that. Joanne could maybe get away with it, but probably your knowledge of the decorum is enough that you know that you could speak up, but in a regular court that would be weird. Your own feel of Juliet and Mikhail could change your opinion, but yeah.
I mean, I know that I've already given my own heads up, and I don't want to alert Jacob too much to the fact that I mean, other than that he annoys me, I want him to keep underestimating me.
Given us a heads up, have you? Just Juliet.
Yeah, just Juliet. Maybe I should give you...
Nulai was there, I think.
Yeah. No, I don't remember if that was... I think I was there.
I'd say that at this point everybody is acquainted enough with Crimson to be concerned, except for Cardia, who's only met him twice and very, for like 2 seconds each time. One of them was right now, but Cardia, you know a predator when you see one. There are teeth behind that glance.
Rest assured, he has been mentally registered under the unfortunate category of entrepreneur.
Yes. Anyhow, Juliet welcomes you all in, and she notes that Jacob didn't depart, but she also doesn't order him away. She says, "Oh, that was an illuminating introduction, Jacob." She doesn't address you guys yet. She says, "How exactly did you come into contact with this man?" He wished to make inroads with our court, and came to the Seneschal, as he should, for matters of business and money. Right. Well, perhaps we'll indulge him, perhaps we won't. A background check is in order, I think. We'll put Mikhail on it. I defer to your judgment, my prince. She turns to you. Now, these West Bank boys, did you find them? What happened?
I gesture at all of us and my face, and well, we found them all right.
Not a bit more than them too.
Did you give as good as you got?
Well, for myself, that's debatable. For the rest, handled admirably.
She looks at Nulai at that. Says, she notices that you're, a little bit scuffed because a door fell on you, as you recall, but you're not. You don't look beaten the way Joanne is. Everything go all right for you?
I managed.
Glad to hear it. Okay. Where are you diplomatically? Addressed to the group.
So at this point, I step forward and I say, well, let's say that the West Bank boys are the least of our concerns. As for diplomacy, we need to prepare an Elysium.
What?
At this point,
For who?
Nulai just raises his hand and just waits for it to be noticed.
Okay. And she's questioning Joanne at the minute. She's not interested in the classroom decorum.
Remind me, what was our gentleman's name at the White Lion again?
I mean, we
Theodore
can...
Church.
Yeah.
Church,
We can
yes.
abstract if you want to say that Joanne went into full detail about the evening.
Okay, well, I just summarize very briefly and say, well, if the name Theodore Church has any meaning to you, then that skips us along a few steps. If not, we can, we'll elaborate. Suffice to say, things are about to change, and how we handle it going forward is going to mean things will change either very positively or otherwise.
The groan was Jacob, not Juliet, who is just listening intently, but, she states that church is a vague of a name, maybe a thread that they were attempting to unravel but didn't know much about, and they'd be happy to learn more. So, would you then go into, he is, for all intents and purposes, a scary vampire that can turn into a lion and claims to represent the interests of a third of the goddamn city? Is that...
Pretty much, yes. And, obviously mentioned that the Anarchs was a group that was mentioned, the name that was thrown around quite a lot, and that while they did not exactly threaten, their response was not open arms friendly. We have some negotiating and some careful diplomacy to engage in.
But did they seem open to peace?
They did. Oddly. And I mean, despite the fact that the initial meeting did not occur under very polite circumstances, I am inclined to think that if we handle this well, there is a very good possibility that we could avoid any further issues.
Flynn.
When Jacob mutters under his breath, Flynn's gonna just prod him and go, what was that, Jacob? Just speak up. I didn't quite hear you there.
Peace with Anarchs. What kind of
What?
circus show would we be running?
What
A
kind of
circus show
circus
where
show
we're
are you running?
alive?
Are you the clown, Jacob?
Consider it this way. It's a fraction of the city we don't have to worry about being a threat while we assess the rest of it. If we engage them peacefully.
Jacob ignores Flynn very pointedly and looks at Cartier and says, perhaps as a short-term arrangement. Juliet clears her throat. I do believe that would be my call in the end. But I do understand your hesitation. If this church is as intelligent as his ability to evade our notice suggests, then no doubt he is as aware as I am, and I would hope you are too, Jacob, and the rest of you, how disastrous a war of any intensity would be. The end goal is, of course, to control this city for its own good. But I will use whatever tools are at my disposal, and I am not going to let pride, raises her voice and looks at Jacob, get in the way of sense. At this point, you hear a knock on the door. Come in. Mikhail saunters in, and he looks wrecked! He is drenched in blood. Worse than Flynn has ever been. Definitely worse than Joanne is right now. The first thing out of his mouth is, "It's not fucking mine, I just haven't had time for a shower."
You're a messy eater.
Slams the door and says, "Well, the problem is solved. How about your problem?"
You have a different problem. But no, it might not be a problem.
Yeah, Juliet takes a moment to bring Mikhail up to speed on everything she just learned from you guys. Jacob continues to shake his head at the idea of peace with Anarchs, and Mikhail chuckles a bit. He's looking thoughtful. He says, "So you're telling me that there is an old man who turns into a lion?"
Yes.
"And Jacob would like to be his enemy?"
I think he was vying for the position of ringleader, I believe.
Right. Well,
I wouldn't want to crush his dreams.
this sounds very fucking interesting, and I look forward to meeting the little lion man. Nonetheless, points to himself, says, "Would you prefer that I deal with this, or should I stick around, get the rest of the information?" "Julius, it doesn't matter. We have cleaning staff for the blood." She does not ask him to elaborate on whatever the hell he was doing for her. You get the impression that his appearance is report enough. So, to skip over the recapage, unless there is anything in particular that you guys are trying to hide from her, I assume there is not at this point regarding church and everything, because you'd all have to be in on that anyway. Alright, so she says, "So in short, this church claims to represent a third of the city, and while we don't have distinct proof of that, we can probably get some. He is open to negotiations for peaceful coexistence, but not for joining the Ivory Tower as a card-carrying group of members. But he will only finalize this if he meets me directly at an Elysium." She looks at Mikhail there, who meets her eye and kind of grimaces a little. Joanne, you catch it, because you're used to catching Juliet's micro-expressions. As to whether the others do, I won't make you roll for it. You're not really sure what part of her sentence made them both a teensy bit worried, but something did. Jacob is oblivious. Both in general and in the moment. But yeah, Mikhail sighs at that, and Juliet says, "That might be a problem." Kadia, Flynn might have a bit of an idea as to why it's a problem, but Nulai and Joanne wouldn't. Does anyone talk at this point? Flynn, I think?
Yeah.
Nulai's just still keeping his hand up.
Oh, yeah. At this point, Juliet scans the room after she says problems like, "Yes, young Mr. Lai?"
What's an Elysium? Is it like a nightclub or a disco or something?
"It could be, but it's a pretty shit Elysium." Also, yeah, alright. Juliet smirks and says, "An Elysium is... consider it a sacred tradition of Camarilla etiquette and decorum. It's a place. A place, a venue for social gatherings where a certain set of rules are in place. When you meet in an Elysium, you are guaranteed safe harbor, safety of passage and departure as well. You cannot be harmed in any way by anyone who is also a guest of the Elysium, just as you cannot harm anyone yourself. Our disciplines, our abilities as kindred are also off limits. We cannot read minds or tell people what to do or hide using our abilities to vanish from sight. I can't do my fun little game where I change my face to look like someone incredibly boring, and then someone does not notice me as I walk right up to them and go boo, and then turn into this ugly sack of shit. Yes, Mikhail does not do that. All of those things are forbidden under Elysium. It's not magic, although it can be. It is not special or enforced by any way other than our rules. Break them and suffer the consequences. Breaking Elysium is much like breaking the Masquerade. You do so, get caught, and off comes your head.
What are the consequences? How does it enact? Is it enacted immediately? Is it something that, people are hunted down and punished afterwards?
Hunted?
Jacob just sort of shakes his head and says, "Well, first of all, you do have to get caught in order to be punished.
my implication was assuming that you did not get caught the first time, we could fuck you up on the second.
Officially, you break the rules of Elysium and your life is forfeit. Simple as that. The specifics really depends upon the situation. If somebody attacks someone and bolts, then of course they are hunted down. If somebody willingly submits themselves, then of course much easier. But provided it can be proven and that it was witnessed, as things normally are, Elysiums are large social gatherings, kindred from all over come to visit. But yes, it is technically true that if you break the rules of Elysium and nobody notices, then the rules of Elysium were not broken. But I wouldn't recommend that.
A tree falls in a forest.
So it's like Geneva. You know, like the
Interesting
convention.
conclusion.
Sure.
If we plan to maintain a long-term presence in this city, would it not be prudent to have such a facility anyway?
Absolutely. In fact, this was going to arise sooner rather than later. The problem is one of optics. She sort of looks at Jacob here. This is kind of his area, as much as most of you don't like him. He says, Technically speaking, an Elysium can be any building. You could go to a crack house and declare it an Elysium, and whoop, it's suddenly an Elysium so long as the prince signs off on it. But...
Crack house, you'd say.
Or, in fact, this place, a kindred's very home, could be made an Elysium. Many princes name their homes Elysium purely for the sake of personal safety, but the problem is we are smaller than we would like to appear. We are growing. There are many kindred whom we wish to bring under the fold, and an Elysium would help us make those inroads. But we need to make a big splash. We need to look... He's getting into his job here. He's not being a dick. He's just talking straight info, and it's surprising. You're waiting for the jab, but it's just not happening. He says, typically, a traditional Elysium is a large building with ties to the city, a building that the mortals know and understand. Something like the Shadeport Museum, or one of our theaters, or a place that says, we are powerful, and we own this. If we want this church to respect us even remotely, then we need something impressive to show him. That is as much the subtext of what he has demanded of you, as is the simple act of wanting a meeting.
And would I be right in assuming that having a public location such as a museum or some such would also provide additional sort of enforcement of the idea of Elysium, because breaking the sanctity of the Elysium would then also potentially violate the Masquerade?
That is one benefit, yes.
But aren't we all supposed? Didn't Mikhail just said that we can't hide? We have to show our true faces.
An Elysium evening is, generally speaking, separate from the mortals. However, it takes place in a public location so that, well, if somebody trashes it, then come morning, questions would get asked.
Exactly what I was thinking. Nobody wants to explain the disappearance of priceless artifacts because one asshole couldn't keep his temper.
Or because somebody let a thief in.
Or that.
No.
Does Mikhail look at Nulai when he says that?
No. But interesting thought. Mikhail is behaving himself there. Now, Jacob goes on to say, in order to gain control over a building such as this, we either need an incredible amount of money or an incredible amount of socio-political clout to hold over the heads of those with the power over such a place. a lot more, dare I say, looking at Juliet, than we currently possess. She sighs. Yes, that would be an accurate assessment of our resources.
At this point, I look over at Juliet and I kind of gesture to her that I have an idea, or I want to say something, but then I stop and I look at Jacob and I'm like, never mind.
Mikhail is thinking, and he's just gone. Jacob looks at him. You have the same idea I do, don't you? No, it's a stupid fucking idea. I think it's quite wonderful, actually. It is a stupid fucking idea, and I'm not going to fucking do it. Who said you're going to do it? We can delegate. Fine. Suggest it. Well... Then he says something that surprises all four of you. Osiris Candile is in town. Now, before any of you react to that, because you as players have no idea, what he has just said is something akin to Jeff Bezos is in town, or Elon Musk is in town. Osiris Candile is the latest in a lineage of eternal billionaires, one of those old families that just have more money than some countries, and you don't know a lot about them, but occasionally their names come up in news stories because they've bought an island or some shit. As far as this particular rich dickhead goes, Osiris, son of Ramses, son of Anubis, son of a million other Egyptian god names that start to repeat after a while, because yes, they're that full of themselves, is known mostly for being a party animal. He will fly in, host the biggest goddamn shindig anyone has ever seen, and then fly out and go somewhere else to do the same thing over and over again. So the obvious question that name has just been brought up in a secret vampire meeting might spring to one of your minds.
He's a vampire? I mean, it's only logical. He must be kindred.
Of course.
Flynn will turn to Mikhail and why isn't this a good idea?
Because he's an asshole.
Everyone's an asshole, but why is he more of an asshole than, you know?
Because he's a fucking Setite. Juliet shakes her head and says, they prefer the term ministry now. Yes, sure, they can call themselves whatever they want. They can call themselves the Clown Gang. They're still fucking Setites.
So, question. This particular person is of interest because of his money, or power, or both?
Osiris Candile is above all of us. Above any petty concerns that one city might have. He breaks the rules, essentially. I wouldn't be surprised if most governments, in fact, know that he is a blood-sucking creature of the night, but they don't care, even though they hate all of us and hope that we burn, because he has so much money that he can shut them up. He is rules-adjacent, and that means that if we want something from him and can convince him to give it to us, then we can pretty much just have it, no questions asked, and it probably won't come back to bite us. Or at least it won't come back to bite me. Now,
who would be best to approach him?
all of you. Or any of us, really. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is, whether he's entertained. Fucking Setites. What my elaborationally challenged friend is attempting to say is that Osiris belongs to the clan ministry, or as they were, the followers of Set. They are independent, or at least Osiris certainly is, and they have a reputation for playing with people. A lot of them are cult leaders, center of attention types. In his case, he eschews the cult of worship and doctrine in exchange for the cult of the almighty dollar, but the gist is the same. They like to They like to be entertained. They like to see people push boundaries, transgress, do silly things, dark things, whatever puts a smile on the crazy man's face. Juliet glares. We don't use the word crazy here, Jacob. My
So I was
apologies, my
right.
prince.
I was right earlier when I said that there would be a circus.
I suppose, yes. Mikhail. I don't envy you. What Jacob is suggesting is this. We make contact with Candile while he is still setting up his party. I assume it will be taking place within the next week, probably in some ostentatious large building, not unlike what we're looking for, but still. We let him know that we represent the local Camarilla. That's a good in. You know, he might be above everything, but he will still respect the institution and probably give us, or you, an invitation. You meet with him, you make your case, you let him know that we would like to buy, I don't know, a fucking museum or something similar. And then he will probably make you dance like little monkeys for a while, and then once he has clapped, he will give you whatever the fuck you want, and so long as you are not particularly fond of your dignity, everything will go off without a hitch. Seniority is fun, so good luck with that.
The more you're talking, the more the idea's forming, and I think might not be a terrible one after all.
Lynn just looks scared.
Mikhail, you know this fellow pretty well by the sounds of things.
I am aware of the reputation of one of the most famous people in the world because I do not live under a stone, yes.
I mean, do you think he would get a particular kick out of an evening of, well, weekend, or I don't know. These are the questions I have. What kind of fun and games would he like? And would he get a kick out of having fun and games with the prince's protege? Would that be something that would tickle his fancy?
Use whatever the fuck you can use. Make something up if you like. Juliet shakes her head. I wouldn't lie to a man like that. But it is true. Your status as my child might, in fact, increase the likelihood of getting a set of invitations. Really, that shouldn't be the problem, though. Ministers like to be in control. You can't go to him with, like, a plan or an itinerary. You can certainly come up with interesting ways to twist whatever games he throws at you, but he will very much want you to play the games that he throws at you.
Well, I think that of all of us here, I have some experience working with people in these social spheres outside of kindred circles, and I may be able to entertain him, get his attention, and get what we want without too much of a splash. Freeing up other resources for other things, if we need it.
I'm quite happy to get this done however you like. But, for now, I'd say we have our next direction and a good enough handle on how to approach it. As for procuring the invitations, she looks to Jacob, business guy, and he says, I can make the connections, get you to the party, looking at Joanne and the others. But of course, then you'll just need to go to the party and put your best feet forward.
Well, that won't be too hard for me.
No. Good. I still suggest you all go, if only because, well, it's a kindred party. If you think that there will be no bloodshed just because you don't intend for there to be any, that does not mean much. He's laughing at you a little, but, you know, that's not new. Alright. I'd say we have our debrief done. Jacob is happy to go off and start getting his job of procuring invitations, so he does in fact leave at this point, and you have a quick second to talk without Jacob's ear, if that is something you would like, based on anything, any questions.
To be honest, though, I kind of forgot what I wanted to ask.
Was it to do with?
I knew I should have written it down.
Was it to do with Crimson being there when you got in?
Yes, that's exactly what it was about. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, so Jacob's gone. Everyone else still there?
Unless a party member leaves, yeah, Mikhail is waiting to talk with Juliet after you guys go because of what he was up to that he's not elaborating on.
I low-key want to know what he's up to, so I'm kind of hoping to linger until everyone has either said what they wanted to say or left or whatever. I want to get all the dirty little secrets.
Good luck.
Nulai does want to speak with Juliet privately, but that's more of a, like he doesn't just outright say it. He's just waiting for the quiet moment.
Okay.
We don't have to leave for this now, do we?
Well, I mean, as I said, does anybody ask Juliet any questions with Jacob out of the room while everyone's still there?
I have nothing pressing.
No.
No.
Joanne, did you?
I'm just gonna wait for like the last stragglers to dwindle.
Alright, well, in that case, whoever doesn't have anything that they want to hang around Juliet for would eventually make their way. But Mikhail doesn't look like he's budging. In fact, he looks like he's happily falling asleep, sitting or leaning against the wall. Just... vodka. So Nulai and Joanne, I take it, stick around because they both want to talk.
Yes, and I'm not going anywhere. I know what Nulai's been up to. And while I don't exactly dislike him, I was there for the last one, and there's no way I'm missing out on this one.
Juliet.
So I just kind of sit back and...
Mikhail, we will discuss your activities a little later if you don't mind. Oh, of course, yes. No questioning, no posturing. He happily leaves because he's the good one. In terms of her help. Juliet reaches into a drawer and takes out a familiar-looking large stone that it's like a big, bowling ball sort of rock thing. It's the meditation stone that was the source of some of your problems. She looks at Nulai and says, Gwendolyn and I had some thoughts, and this, to our friend Mr. Crimson, is probably going to pass as what he wanted you to give him. If you are willing to be my double agent, so to speak.
I can, at this point, Nulai gets an idea. Actually, is it possible? Like, I know memory erasing is possible. Could you pass it off to me in a way that, like, can you wipe my memory so that I'm not aware of the tampering?
Is Manchurian Candidate the right reference here? You want to go in blind, like you think that you want me to make it so that you think that you stole from me and that you're not a double agent. That's complicated.
It's just an idea,
and it might turn you into an actual spy.
I mean, if you think that's bad, then by all means don't do it. But I just thought that I just wanted to throw that off as an idea.
I can take away the fact that I just told you this was altered, and you can presume that I just handed this to you and told you with no further elaboration to give it to Crimson.
That works. Yeah. Sure.
She hands it to you. And then your mind sort of goes fuzzy. Joanne, you watch as Juliet catches Nulai's eye, and she doesn't just say, forget everything in the last 10 minutes, like, you are aware, not that you use this power yourself, but that you are aware that that's how the basics of the power works. But she actually sort of dictates a kind of little mini narrative to Nulai and talks about how what actually happened was, after everybody else left and she dismissed Mikhail, she handed the stone and said, this is for Crimson. Give it to him and accept whatever he, take whatever he like offers you in response, and let me know what happens. And then the sort of trance falls away, and Nulai, you don't feel like there's a problem at all, because you were willing, so there's no roll. It's one of the fun things about Dominate is Kindred do get to roll resistance, but if you say, hey, do this to me, please, you don't really get control over exactly what's done, but you also forfeit your ability to have any say at all. So,
I consented.
Yeah. At that point, do you stick around or do you leave? You kind of feel contented because of this, and so you feel like you could just trot off.
Nulai does have other business, but he's not coming or going. He just stands there and just waits.
Okay. Are you two just going to have a Mexican standoff of conversation with Juliet at this point? Because that would get dull quick.
I was thinking now as I watched this exchange that maybe I'm gonna get cleaned up. It's been quite a day and I feel somewhat disheveled, but I was wondering if you might have time for just a sort of one-on-one at some point, Juliet.
Sure.
I feel like we've been very busy with so many things and there's been so many major issues to address that we haven't really conversed in a while.
I agree, my child. Very well. Go and see to your hurts.
Wonderful. And will you be in your office later? Could I stop by and we...
Of course. I'll be here for a while.
Excellent.
She has a lot of people to talk to. She's still got to talk to Mikhail and all that, so she'll be available for quite some time. Anyway, if Joanne leaves,
yes.
Nulai, what business do you have?
I got a few questions. Well, more like things that I kind of need clearing up on. So,
of course.
Earlier you mentioned you mentioned mind reading. How does that work exactly? Like, could anybody right now be reading my mind, or does it require the same sort of active involvement, like dominant powers?
It is certainly something a lot further advanced in these arts. For example, if someone were to try it, you would most likely feel an invader, some kind of observer within the bounds of your head, and you would have some ability to fight back against it, force it out, or otherwise accept it if you didn't want them to know that you'd noticed. However, an impossibly powerful kindred could perhaps do anything you'd like to us undetected. In fact, the oldest kindred in the world are often said to be manipulating all of us behind the scenes, and we have no free will, and everything we do is entirely because of some 1,000-year-old war between creatures we will never see. But those kind of thoughts tend to interfere with the sleep, so I tend not to dwell on them overmuch.
Just some casual existential dread, huh?
Indeed. It's not a power that you, for example, will be capable of for quite some time, I would say, but perhaps one day. Although, again, I caution you. At its earlier levels, it is imprecise and deafeningly obvious for any kindred you attempt to use it upon.
Alright, I'm following. So that makes me wonder. So who how would I word this? Who exactly do you think knows of my existence here? Is what I'm trying to ask here next.
I mean, everybody you've met, the court. Is
that's it.
Is this a question to do with Crimson and your experiences with him?
Well, not only that, but the guys at our last little mission seem to be well aware of me, and so I just wanted to know, like, how quickly do news travel here?
I see. In the case of
like this, the church fellow pretty much insisted that you don't know him, but
he knows
then
me.
again, he knew me.
It sounds as though Mr. Church has been embedded in this city for quite a while longer than any of us. And with that comes some respect and reputation and advantages and the ability to navigate social circles faster. I do not know fully the exact path of news, but you were picked up at the warehouse. No doubt the people at the warehouse saw you. As to how they learned more about you, perhaps, I believe it was said that the Irishman is in contact with Church and his ilk. It is, of course, possible that some lips in this court are looser than others. It is possible that some of the ghouls on my staff have been susceptible to the manipulations of other kindred. We like to be arrogant and assume that we have full control of our mortals at all times, but no one ever does.
Speaking of ghouls, I was wondering. I haven't really gotten the grasp of, what would you call it, hunting for blood. Since I got out of here, I was wondering if you could. This is going to sound awkward, no matter how I put it.
Right.
Am I still allowed to feed on your servants?
I see no reason to deny you that, no.
Okay, could you, like, just to be sure, could you, like...
What?
Could you, like, write me a note that I can show them? Because I felt a couple of them eyeing at me for obvious reasons, but I just feel like if I approach
you would like
them...
a permission slip to
Yes.
bite my staff. Believe me.
Yeah, please allow New Light to bite you.
They will know.
Can you do it? Just for my sake.
She makes
It would
no
make me
effort
feel
to conceal her impatience as she writes, Nulai may dine freely at this establishment, Prince Juliet Hammersley. It's a very nice cursive handwriting, and she just sort of
I wish I could have seen that.
thrusts it at you. Do you feel better?
Nulai... Yes, Nulai reads the letter, and just for confirmation, how is Nulai spelled? How is Nulai spelled on the letter?
I'd imagine that the hyphen isn't there, but has Juliet had any ability to see your name spelled?
No, Nulai has not written it anywhere, no. So
Okay, then I imagine that she would probably go with NEWLIE. Just pure phonetics,
all right.
because she's too impatient to ask.
Okay, this does bring me a new perspective. Thank you. I may have had another reason for this permission slip, and then Nulai reaches into his pocket and pulls out the scrounged up letter from earlier.
The one from
And,
Crimson's people, yes.
Yes, and I assume that one does not like is that one written the same or not?
The the spelling of New Lion, that
Yeah.
one? Spelling of
Yeah.
New Lion, that was is NU-LI. And
Okay.
scared you when you read it and scares you now.
Yeah, because I did find this letter in my pocket not soon after I arrived in here. Well, this is basically the letter that instructed me to meet up with Crimson. And well, I'll show it to you. Nulai hands her the letter.
And is this spelling accurate such that it
is-
would concern you? Coming from
Yes,
someone who wouldn't know it?
I mean, it does kind of, it does narrow it down that you did not write this, obviously. But considering our understanding of Crimson and our understanding of how news travel in the city, I feel like there cannot really be. Well, first of all, I don't know how this ended up in my pocket. I don't think there are that many people who could have done it, unless. Well, speaking of ghouls, they do stay up during the day or not?
Of course, they are humans with benefits. They have no restrictions like us.
So it could be one of your ghouls,
Yes.
or it could be someone else I interacted with on the first or second day. I don't know who, but I want you to keep this as a consideration.
I understand. One thing I have learned from many long years of owning a house full of servants, both magically bonded to me and not, is that you can never trust the servants, whether they're magically bonded to you or not. However, in our world, it is also entirely possible that one of those ghouls delivered that note into your pocket under the orders of someone with a very powerful pair of eyes, and as soon as they put it in your pocket, they completely forgot it ever existed and would have no idea that they ever betrayed me, so to speak, in the first place.
So this might be a mystery we might not solve.
In our world, there is always the potential for duping. As you and Joanne brought the question of Jacob's loyalty to me, one of the things I must work out is whether he is willingly going along with Crimson's wishes, or whether his mind is simply being strung along, as often happens with the weak.
Right.
Joanne isn't present, but wherever they are right now, they just get this slight impression of, eh. Anything else?
No, that would be all.
Okay. She lets you go because I don't want I don't want to lose too much time. Joanne, you do find the opportunity to have a small meeting with Juliet, though. Once you're clean and feeling better, there isn't any opportunity to spy on Mikhail, though. If they spoke, it's already been done, or it's not about to be done. But he's not. You don't see him when you arrive at her office. Come in, my child. What's on your mind?
Well, there is a great deal on my mind. Not the least being the guest leaving your office when we arrived.
Jacob surprised me. A bold move, but at least it confirms their association.
So he did initiate the meeting?
He did, and I went along with it. Seemed like the best way to learn more. Crimson was guarded. He announced himself as a businessman, named a few cities as being places that he had lived in before, said he wanted to expand his interests in Shadeport and live here for a time. Curious business that he wishes to expand. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. Well, it depends on how deeply it runs.
Well, I am more certain than ever that he has more than he is letting on. So the fact that he's still playing it very calmly and coolly would seem to indicate that he underestimates us entirely.
Oh, certainly the
Could
man's
that
a
be
snake.
to our advantage?
The man is a snake. And I say it's accurate to assume he thinks he can wander in here and pull the wool over all of our eyes. There is a test I intend to play upon him. I won't tell you what it is, but he made no attempt to manipulate my mind. I think he recognizes that our power is slightly more comparable, but he does seem to enjoy flitting about the place and playing upon those in my court. As I say, I have a test for him, but more on that later.
He's far too confident.
That's
It would
good.
be great to knock him down a peg or two. But that is something that I imagine will take time. A great deal of time and patience and careful maneuvering. Speaking of careful maneuvering, what are your thoughts of this absurd plan to involve a billionaire playboy in our setting up of an Elysium?
I think it will be curious, and I have never been the sort to turn down opportunities. It's entirely possible that this is a terrible idea, and if so, then you will use your judgment to sniff it out and shut it down. But if, as it seems, this man has no connection to Shadeport and an awful lot of money to spend, and as soon as he's flown out of the place, that's the end of him, then, well, if he can help us, I'll take the help.
I'm still struggling to see how that will be a help. Assuming he is involved in this, would the Elysium be a temporary one then? Which would mean that we would have to again at some point set something up permanently?
The goal
Do
is
you
to get
think
him
he
to
would
buy
actually
something for
care
us.
that much?
Not
Do you think
something
he
he
would care
owns.
that much about our interests?
What the Camarilla knows of this man is that he has more money than sense, and if you give him a good time, he will not care at all. He will sign away whatever you've asked for, no skin off of his nose. Again, if our intel is wrong, worry about it once you get that information. For now, we
All right.
take the plan.
Well, that takes me to the next step then.
Right.
Assuming that we're going to do this, I need to learn as much as I can about the ministry, as you've referred to them, and I may need to invest in some more skills. I don't think that I'm well enough equipped to take my coterie into that situation wisely. So I'd like to be more prepared.
Over the next few days, we can, of course, take time to train and learn. As for the ministry, they started in Egypt as the followers of Set. They believe that their founder was the Egyptian god Set. As far as I'm no mythologist, but I'm pretty sure he was the Egyptian god's version of the Bad One. That's correct, right, Flynn Raptor?
Sort of.
You alright there?
Yeah.
Okay. She elaborates that the clan rebranded recently, calling themselves the Ministry now, and trying to move away from the Set worshipping. But like the idea of them just being snake god worshippers still maintains to this day. The Ministry are non-denominational now, but yeah, their big thing is that they're into sin. They're into corruption. That's the central pillar of how they act and how they think. They like to play games and convince people and tempt people to do things that they normally wouldn't, and they're just very much kind of devilish in their ways. Like they tend to identify with the Lokis and the Satans and the Sets and the whatever other trickster god and mischief god you can think of. But it's not out of pure malice. They take a sense of like joy and fun in it, kind of life's a joke, why should we follow any rules?
So, in terms that I'm more familiar with, a weird cross between Clavicus Vile and Sheogorath.
Yes, Julia doesn't know who Sheogorath is, but your DM is like, yeah, that's a good one.
Woo! Okay, awesome.
So yeah, that's the type of person that you're dealing with. She encourages you to, do some research in your own time and that, but that's the sort of person you're going to be up against.
Okay.
Anything else pressing, or?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
I need to go and obviously study up on the things and learn the things, and then see what everyone else is thinking as well, and take it from there.
Yes. I'll say that there is a sort of smallish time skip here. As always with time skips, you'll gain some EXP just from doing some training sessions with your various mentor people, but we do take care of that off camera. So I guess it's more a thing of credit. As for you, Joanne, yeah, I'll in your research into the ministry, you don't find a lot of. You find history and stuff, but I'm not a wiki article. You can you learn a lot of stuff that you're not sure will help you directly with this one human being, but what you do learn from public sources and I guess sort of dark rumor conspiracy theory websites about Osiris Kandil. You get the idea to look into some sort of conspiracy theory places to see if there's anything that touches on the whole vampire thing. And there are people who've noticed that the Kandil family, all the men in that family tend to look the same, and they go from being very reclusive and nobody ever sees them or takes photos of them to the public face when they're in like their late 20s, early 30s. You get that sort of first episode of Doctor Who 2005 where you get a couple pictures of what looks like the same dude going through and through. And of course there's some, quite correct in this case whack jobs saying it's the same guy, he's immortal, he's got so much money that he's bought out the Grim Reaper. You don't get vampire, but you get bribed old Grim instead. Yeah, it's Keanu Reeves, but like Egyptian Keanu Reeves, sure.
Sounds great.
But yeah, he throws big parties and he likes to challenge people in those parties. People can walk away from those parties with fabulous prizes and rewards He likes to make the game... Like, there are plenty of partygoers who just go there and have a good time, but his parties are considered legendary. It's the best, it's the night of your life, but certain people can be flagged down as players of his games and can walk away really well. And a lot of it sounds positive. You're not seeing any sort of sinister underbelly of people, getting killed at his parties. You're not seeing stuff about, people getting traumatized and that. Doesn't mean it's not there. It just means that the internet is saying, yeah, go to one of this guy's parties. It's cool. You might walk away not just hungover, but also with money burning a hole in your pocket. So it's an interesting.
Cool. So it's you're essentially playing party lottery with this chap.
Yes.
Cool.
Nulai, any attempt that you make as we lead up towards this to get in touch with Crimson, I'm going to say doesn't work at this point. I think you have a phone number. Is that what you had? Yeah, you're not getting answers just yet, partially because I'd like to get to it. So we can deal with that part of the story a little later, but so yeah,
Nulai will have some fun with the orb.
Yeah, it takes a good 5 or 6 days, but the info comes in and Juliet's people let you know that the party is going to happen on Saturday night at Fairweather Tower, which is the biggest building in the city. It is going to be... The party itself is being held floor 47 of the Fairweather Tower, which is a fair way up. It's like Sears Tower or Empire State Building, sort of. It's just one of those... It's like, in the inner city, there's just a couple of real big fucking buildings, and that's one of Shadeport's, and that's particularly Shadeport's biggest, which is usually what the guy goes for, perhaps as a compensation strategy. We don't know. But yeah, it's going to be there, and Jacob ultimately procures a ticket for Joanne, and a ticket for Joanne's guest.
Oh, I gotta make choices now, huh?
Not necessarily. When you guys meet together, Julia, Jacob just looks kind of embarrassed, and he's like, I really thought I'd get all four. And Juliet says, this is part of his game, isn't it? What? Your contact who gave you the tickets, he knew that you wanted 4, right? Well, yes, of course, I explained exactly. The prince's child and 3 guests. Yes. And you received 2. Go anyway, all 4 of you. If you don't, that will be the first failure.
Interesting.
Alright. That's Juliet's input there, but...
I'm assuming in the interim I've healed and done all the things, yes?
Yes, let's do our housekeeping, and then we'll take a short break for whoever needs it before we move into the party itself, or at least getting into the party. In the few days, all of you that have sustained damage to health or willpower can fix yourselves, and all of you who have higher than normal hunger can go down to 1. However, everybody needs to do a starting rouse check for the night of the party to see if, just by waking up, you've become hungrier.
Ooh. All right.
Good God, everybody sucks but Joanne.
Woo!
Flynn, hunger gain, rolled a 1. Yeesh, good start for that. Nulai, hunger gain, rolled a 4. Katia, hunger gain, also rolled a 4. Joanne rolled a 9, rousing success.
I don't know the last time where I've succeeded a rouse check.
On the one hand, not a great roll. On the other hand, get the bad dice out the way, and maybe the good dice will follow.
But yes,
That's how it works for me.
everybody's healthy, and you guys are dressed in your finest, which in Nulai's case means dressed in a borrowed suit. I assume?
Pretty much.
Yep.
Just whatever's been delivered to me. Whatever has been delivered to me.
Flynn, how would you go for this?
Flynn would probably be wearing a sort of a nice dress, but she would still have sort of knee-high combat boots underneath that sort of skater dress. An effort has been made, but she's more grungy than classy.
Fair. Joanne, are you looking resplendent?
I am. I'm wearing something designer because I know these kind of parties.
Katya, how many weapons are you still hiding on, and what are you hiding them with? Ooh, you're muted.
Just a knife this time. Well,
Okay.
but I probably look like I'm going into interview for a job, but like imagine a somewhat, maybe a couple decades out of date suit that you're trying to impress a prospective employer with that could possibly have been sitting in a closet for the entire interim.
Not bad. All right. Yeah. Juliet does not stop anybody, or I imagine that Juliet probably encouraged Nulai to wear a nice suit from like just the many wardrobes in the house, but everyone else, she's like, yep, this works, this is fine. Jacob and Juliet, well, Jacob gives you the tickets. They just reiterate again, you know, first get in there, get in there, however you can. He probably knows who you are and why you're here, so if you need to fight to get in touch with him, do so. Otherwise, hopefully, he will just talk to you, and then let him play his games, let him amuse himself, and whatever you do, be creative with it, and things will probably work out. And if it looks like this is a horrible idea, run.
When you say he knows what we're there for, are we talking the whole plan, or are we talking just alliance conversations?
It is best not to It is best not to underestimate the ability of a super billionaire to know what's going on in his, that someone does not want them to know.
So assume the worst, play it by ear.
What's been said to him is representatives from the Camarilla would like to join your party and have a good time, but it's possible that he'll sniff out that you guys would like to get something from him and come prepared. You're not looking for an alliance. You're just looking for.
I imagine.
Yeah, you're not looking for an alliance really. You're just looking for a gift. The gift is huge, but it's.
Yeah.
But it's huge to your perspective, not to fucking super billionaire. Anyway, since we're
Essentially, you're just going to show him your Kickstarter.
Yeah, since we're transferring to a major section, and this party is pretty much going to be the whole rest of the session, we'll get a 3 to 5 minute break for everybody to do whatever they need to. Let me throw up the BRB screen and mute the entire universe. Those in chat, please do hold on. We will return for Billionaire's Rager as soon as everybody is comfortable and ready to entertain. I'd swap to let me entertain you for the BRB, but I don't want a DMCA. Hello, hello, my friends. We return, and a party awaits. As in one with, like, you know, music and shouting and glug, not adventurers.
Instance.
Yes. Well, there are adventurers, kind of, but nonetheless. It's interesting pulling into the inner city of Shadeport. Perhaps, I mean, no doubt Joanne's been there, being a local, but doesn't seem like the sort of place that the rest of the party, newer to the city, have spent a lot of time in. It's... Look, I mean, it's a lot. There's a lot of people. It's not filled with cars. It's more of a public transport culture, kind of densely packed place. A lot of pedestrians walking up and down, or at this time of night, staggering up and down. You know. But you all know the building. You're aware of the building that you're pulling up to. And there are, like, just flashing, fancy, resplendent lights. It's more spruced up at the entrance than it normally is, and there's a big sign that says "One night only, Osiris Candile." Nothing about the nature of the party or anything, just one night only and that dude's name, because that's all you need. You are dropped off along the curb fairly quickly because there's nowhere to park and there's a lot of hustle and bustle, so the four of you just sort of get ushered out, all dressing your best. Probably a mixture of curious and nervous, depending on the extroversion / introversion of each of you, which I'm pretty sure is Joanne extrovert and then everyone else not. So there's that. Enjoy. And it's fairly easy to look into. It's like, you know, it's got those glass windows instead of walls that those important buildings tend to have, where everything's open and can be seen. And you can see a big lobby, and most of it, like, there's some, you know, people milling about, but they all appear to be... The energy of the room is directed towards a couple of elevators. There's a bunch of elevators, but most of them aren't anything special. But a couple of elevators are just surrounded by security guard-looking types. And there's a lot of people jostling, arguing with them, getting sent away. There is the occasional shove, and you're pretty sure you know how to get into the party based on what you can see with your eyes.
Cool. So I imagine... Oh, before we go in, though, I wanted to check, had we sort of discussed beforehand as a group what building we had in mind, or is this something that we just have to kind of wing it on?
The suggestions that were made were either the Shadeport Museum, which is fairly standard and established. There's a specific theatre. The biggest one would be called the Orchard. That's a tasteful place where they tend to run different shows here and there that even the bad ones look good at the Orchard. And then if you can't get those, there's always Shadeport's library, which is... I mean, it doesn't sound as cool, but a library is a perfectly cromulent Elysium location, especially those big city ones that are just massive and full of years of history. Don't shake your head at me. How dare you. So those would be the big
The more
three.
iconic, the better. Cool.
There was no... Juliet didn't say, oh, it must be this or it must be that. Just, you know... Those are the big three, and there are smaller alternatives. There are certainly other theaters. Any of that would be good. The point is to impress and be like, hey, we were capable of securing this building. Were you? Specifics aren't-
Oh!
But yeah, there's a good 4 elevators that seem to be the focus of attention, and there seems to be 2 security guys in front of each. There's no, like, lined-up crowd. There's no cordoned off or anything, really. It's a bit of a jumbly mess, and you're surprised by that because you'd think that there would be riots, but then you remember the whole vampire billionaire and you think there's probably something under what you can see that is keeping things orderly. At least that would be Flynn and Katya's idea, Nulai. I don't know if you're at that level of forward thinking about kindred abilities yet, but things are definitely more sedate than you'd expect, though that's still relative. There is jostling and shoving and people being like, oh, come on, man, please!
Interesting.
But the point is, there's no line to get in, so you could just get past everybody and go straight up to a guard.
Flynn will turn to Joanne and be like, I'll follow your lead. You're the one with the invites. We are the collective +1.
Can I get
Collective
a description of the
+1.
invites?
I like
Nulai,
that.
what was that?
Can I get a description of the invites?
Yeah, I mean, it's, just one of those hoity-toity looking little cards where it's fake cursive, like no one hand wrote that, it's a font, but it looks like someone hand wrote it saying,
Oh God.
One's got...
He's cheesy like that, is he?
One's got Joanne's name and Child of Juliet. No prince, no Camarilla. It's not that ostentatious and masquerade breaking, but it mentions that Juliet, and it uses child with an E. And then the other one is a similar card with Joanne's name again, but it states, Joanne's guest.
So does it have a Sharpie?
You could try.
Add a little S after the guest.
Okay, are you trying to make it look like the font? That would be a roll, sir.
I'm just joking here, but
You could. Does anyone want to try and put a plural on the invite?
I don't think my dexterity or whatever you want to call it.
If anyone could pull it off, I could. But I know these kind of people, and that would be considered juvenile. And, well, we would be immediately kind of a notch down in perception, or like, okay, wow, cheap kind of thing. So I would reckon we just walk in like we own the place. Plus one. No. +3, darling. The mistake is yours.
Okay, if that's the...
So there were 2 guards, you said?
2 guards at each elevator, and there's 4 elevators, and one... Looks like there's 2 people guarding each elevator, and pretty much at all times, all 8 of them are fending off someone. But after a bit of jostling back and forth and shoving, the people tend to walk away dejected rather than starting a full riot.
And all the elevators are like inside of each other, so essentially you have 8 pairs of eyes there.
It's a row. The row of elevators continues. It's just that the other ones aren't guarded. Your logic would dictate that if you tried to use those to go to floor 47, they wouldn't let you. Otherwise, people would just go in. So does Joanne just bold-faced walk up, talk to one of them?
We just walk right up.
Okay. Do you tactfully wait for whoever's being jostled away to sit? And then
Not
just
at
slide
all. In
Nope.
fact, we walk
Okay.
as if we're going to walk past them, because
All right, so you're not interacting.
line.
You're not going to the guard. You're going to the elevator. Okay.
yes.
Do you pick one of the elevators on the edges or one of the ones in the middle?
If we're going to make a point, middle.
Straight
We're
down.
not trying to sneak in.
Yep. You do have to push through crowd a little bit there. It's not difficult. I'm not going to make you roll for that. Do the people with awe or daunt or anything like that turn it on?
I do, yes.
Which one, Flynn? You have both?
Daunt.
Okay, so Flynn's super scary. Joanne, you have awe. Do you want to look alluring and charming? And
I do.
okay. So, Nulai and Katia, you feel it as Flynn and Joanne's demeanors change. You're aware of the... Nulai might not be as much aware, because you weren't really taught about presence, but Flynn's kind of taken a darker sort of presence about her, and you involuntarily backstep, whereas Joanne just seems really just trustworthy and approachable and friendly and whatever positives that you can ascribe to a person. Joanne just seems kind of cool right now. Katia. As for Katia, you're aware you've met enough Toreador, you know what they're doing. It still has a slight immediate but it would not stop you or change the way you feel about them because you're aware. And technically Nulai's aware too, it's just he needs to learn a bit more about it in order to file it away. So, the crowd sort of parts for Flynn and Joanne, more so than they normally part for Katia's just generalized demeanor of foreboding, and you guys do not have to really jostle because of that. But as you get closer towards the elevator, the one that you pick, the two guys that were arguing with someone suddenly turn around and say, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where do you think you're going there, friends?"
We're not your friends. We're invited.
Oh, that's a great.
Glad to hear it. Can I see the documentation then, and you'll be set to go?
Don't you know who she is?
Of course.
Sorry.
And I'll take out the tickets and I'll be like, of course. The fact that I have to show this is really quite embarrassing for you, but if we must.
The guy who's talking looks really conflicted because he is simultaneously feeling good about what's been handed to him by Joanne, but he's also like, at the Flynn of it all. He looks at his... Let's roll here. No, this is good. I like... Yeah, you're hitting him with two different things, and it's making it harder for him to concentrate. But the way I'm going to do this is through Flynn's intimidation with a modifier. So, Flynn.
Yes.
This would be... Let's say intimidation manipulation. I don't know that it quite counts as charisma when you're being scary, but you get a +1 modifier for just the everything of Joanne, and what you're attempting to do is to put him in a position where he just does not investigate the invitations at all, but just is like, yeah, all right, go, fine. So you hit, the intimidation button, then manipulation, and then +1. See if you can do better than the last roll.
Oh god.
That would be 2 successes.
Good news is they're all on hunger dice, so
Yes.
you can re-roll the normal.
Would you like to re-roll using the willpower re-roll button? Take a
Yes.
superficial willpower to get these through
Do I just
crappy
click the
normal
pink
die.
reroll at the bottom of that box in the chat?
No, scroll down to the... No, wait.
I don't actually know how that one works, but there is a willpower re-roll button under your
Gotcha.
willpower, and that will let you enter in the number that you're re-rolling, and you can re-roll all 3, but you are going to have to take a... Holy shit.
Well then.
You still have to take the hit of superficial willpower damage as the guard looks at the invitation. He's a bit shaken, but he seems... This looks like it's for 2 people.
At this point, I step up to him and I go,
I'm not drunk enough to see double yet.
not drunk enough to see double, but
Double.
wise enough,
A
hopefully,
party
to see
test.
that clearly myself and my friends here are meant to be here. We didn't get invited by the man of the hour himself for nothing. Now, surely, if there is a mistake, it's definitely not on my end.
That would be charisma persuasion, because
Yes.
you're not trying to seduce him, unfortunately, so you don't get your subterfuge dice.
No.
But you still get modifiers from the fact that you and Flynn are effectively good cop, bad copping here. So it is, persuasion, charisma, and then +1, which should be 4 dice. It's not as good as Flynn's roll, but hey, maybe luck itself will get you the 3 that you need.
So, persuasion, roll with charisma, modifier +1. Oof.
My word. You can do the willpower reroll, but only reroll 2, because one of those successes, that 6 there, is on a normal die, and you can't reroll your hunger, which failed.
Okay, so if I do the willpower reroll 1.
Reroll 2. You can reroll 2.
2. Okay.
I'll mark your damage, because you do take the superficial
Okay.
willpower damage. See the little slash I put in there? Ugh. The guy's he's just shaking his head. He's like, look, it says you and it says one more. There are 4 people here. You can go up. One of your friends can go up, but I don't have the paperwork for the lot of you.
Well then, point me to someone who does. I don't have all evening, and listen, these heels in this weather.
He talks to his guy, and one of them steps away. You see them sort of making a phone call. Come back and says, apparently they can go up. I don't know why. Just fucking, we're not gonna get in trouble. Let them go. You are pointed at the elevator, which, I mean, it's an elevator. You don't need their help. And then they go back to dealing with other people, but they're not bothering you anymore.
I wink at him as we go by and say, thanks, handsome. And off we go.
Flynn snarls.
Once again, the guy is just caught in perfect conflicted, and he's just like, am I horny or am I scared? I am scorny!
Aroused.
Scare-roused. There you go.
Oh, Flynn, we need to do this more often.
Y'all get in the elevator, and frankly, we're gonna make this fast because it's an elevator. It's not interesting.
Maybe he's just super into death by snoo.
It looks fairly normal. Floor 47's number is no different from any of the others. The party has, like, they've repurposed the building, whatever. They must have just disabled the ability to go to 47 on the other elevators, but this one works. You hit 47, yeah, door shuts.
How many floors are there in total?
Well, now see, the answer is I didn't do the research of how big the biggest building in a city like this would make out to, so I just said...
It's more than 47.
It's more than 50, yeah. 47 has a few above it. Definitely has a few above it. But, like, I don't know if it's acceptable to say 180, 70, or 9,000. Probably not 9,000.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
I know one of the tallest buildings in Tokyo is like 62.
Yeah. So it's
If that's
probably...
helpful.
It's definitely towards the top, but specifically it's not like the penthouse. There are floors above it. Enough. Not just 2 or 3, but there's a good 5 or so above it. But not an incredible amount. It's high, but it's not the tip-top of the place. Either because he couldn't afford it, or because he didn't feel like he needed to show off that much.
He'll show it off in other ways, I imagine.
Just shows up with his dick out permanently. No. That is not what is on table for tonight. Alright,
Okay.
the ride finishes. The elevator door opens into an immaculate-looking open space. The entire floor has been cleared out of whatever was there before it was turned into a party zone. You can see to the left and to the right, and you probably could see at the back, but there's a lot of stuff in the way. Views of the city from, like, the windows. Again, it's that open glass thing, like, it's not really walls, it's just windows, so you could walk right up to it and just stare out on the city. music plays, which we'll get to. I'm not going to change the track just yet. Towards the center, you see a dance floor with a lot of people on it in various states of inebriation and enjoyment, losing their minds. You see some of those like standing tables for people to put their drinks on, and there are some assorted people having conversations. People all different stripes. It's not just, young folks. There are some older people at this party, but they all look, to a reasonable degree, classy and well-dressed. If you look above you, you can see that there's a kind of second-level sort of balcony that doesn't look like it belongs in this building, but it's there anyway. You can't see stairs leading up to it, but you imagine that if you hit 48 on the elevator, you might reach that point.
Magical VIP. I like this.
Yeah, and above that sort of balcony area, and it's big enough that there'll be some stuff in there. You can't really see past the railing of it all, but it's a little less than half the main floor itself. You can look down upon the dance floor and upon the elevators where people would come in, but above your head you do see that the balcony goes around in a kind of circle, and above that there is ceiling, so if the party continues above or below, you cannot see, but you can definitely see 2 floors worth of action. One thing you notice as you step in is that the music, like, the first thing you see before you really engage with this is that the people who are having conversations don't look like they're shouting at each other as they would in the club. And as you're standing on this sort of outer ring, the music's there, but it's not overpoweringly loud. You could talk comfortably. If any of you takes a step towards the dance floor, you will notice that the closer you get to it, the louder the music gets. This is odd. You do not know how this is functioning, but the music's volume is dependent upon what you're doing at this party. And that is fascinating. You also see toilets and such in the sort of the back wall, which doesn't have the open windowy stuff. That's where the elevators are, and then there's also bathrooms and such. And there's a locked door or two. Anyway, as you take all this in, the music dies down, and the people at the dance floor halt as there is a hush, and you hear a voice echoing out saying, "And now the man you've all been waiting for, Osiris Candle!"
Wow.
And at the top of the balcony, a man steps forward. He is...
Perfect timing.
Curiously, in fact. Shoulder length.
Sure, I thought it was for us.
Shoulder length hair, smaller beard than me. Like, he looks sort of the borderline of long hair and facial hair, but not quite unkempt. Like, not a mullet, but just kind of, that borderline of, okay, so that man's still technically fancy, but he's also a bit of a rebel. He's not clean cut, short back and sides, like suit and tie. He's fun fancy, is the impression that some of you who would have that vocabulary would get of this fellow that appears with a microphone in hand, smiling, looking out. And as he appears, different music plays, and I would invite those of you that recognize this music to remember and realize that I'm just playing this for style, not to suggest that he's anything like the person this music is for. This is a special warning just for a couple of you. You'll know who you are when you hear it. Okay, and as this starts to play, he doesn't speak yet. He's mostly just sort of showing himself, bowing, waving, posing a little, lifting his hands up as everyone's cheering, and then he hushes them. And he says, "Hello, Shadeport. Are we ready for the night of our fucking lives?" and dies down.
Woo!
If you don't walk away tonight with at least one new scar, a few new bruises, a couple new friends, several new enemies, and a delectable mix of unforgettable memories, then I have clearly failed you. Unless, of course, you drink all the memories away, darlings, then it's on you. But please, indulge to your heart's content. My staff are on hand to serve your every need, be it food, drinks, or something a little more intense. We've private rooms on the second floor, but not nearly enough for all of you, so do behave. That said, there's only one rule tonight, really. To paraphrase a dear departed friend of mine who changed the world for the better, you can do whatever you like at my parties, babies, just never make it boring. He takes the mic, holds it over the balcony, and drops it with a satisfying thunk as it hits the lower floor, narrowly avoiding braining someone, but they seemed honoured that his mic passed and near their head and that they could feel the wind of it on his face. As he drops it, he raises his hands up like perfect spin turn. You can't see his feet, but you know that's what he did, and walks off into the darkness behind the railing again as that music goes away. God, I timed that perfectly. And new music begins as the dancing starts again. Right. So yeah, that was a message to the people who know Final Fantasy XIV with the music there. Not meant to be Hildebrand. Anyway, so he is vanished away, and you don't get a lot of time to really drink it in and look around at the people. I mean, you don't recognize anybody, first glance, before some official looking, and they're not wearing the whole dark suited security guard, they look more like waitstaff, the type of sort of outfit where you'd expect them to be carrying a large tray, but they're not. Instead, they're walking up to you, looking very friendly and polite as they say, "Are you the Ivory Tower party?" That is correct. Ivory Tower equals Camarilla. That's one of the words for the Camarilla, if you didn't know.
Nodding.
Indeed.
And say with her arms crossed, looking there. She's fronting in sort of protection.
Our illustrious host would wish to speak to you privately in his personal booth, if you'd be so kind.
Ooh. Already? I didn't even have to flirt to be VIP. Let's go.
You guys are ushered back into the elevator, at which point the staffer just calmly hits 48. You go up a little bit. Now you're out in a balcony area, and you can look down upon everybody. And you see a number of... In this balcony, you see a number of little closed-off rooms that you can't see into. And the walls are weird. They're made out of this... It's red carpet everywhere, but not like red carpet to what... It's just, fuzzy carpet that happens to be red. And that material sort of slides up from floor around to wall and all around. It looks very kind of strip clubbish. And so, yeah, there's a few of these little sort of carved out booths in the corners and in the walls. And as you go past a couple, you have to go all the way around. You can't just go through the middle because there's a big hole for the balcony. You walk past the first one and you hear some sex noises. You walk past the second one and you hear some sex noises. You walk past the third one and you can hear someone singing faintly. You walk past the fourth one.
At this point,
yes.
At this point, Nulai would hide in his senses.
Okay.
Hearing, of course.
Flynn looks visibly sort of...
Hang on, I need to do the fun thing again. Nulai, you heighten your senses.
Yeah.
You turn it off now!
Sure.
That said, the singing did get louder too. It was not the voice that you remember that echoes in your head and sings songs to you when you feel particularly in touch with the city. It's just some dude. He's not very good. He seems to be doing some kind of karaoke. You hear, "And I would do anything for love." The sex noises get louder too, but I'm not going to do those.
Damn it!
Use your imagination, friendo. Nonetheless, you get led to a better-looking booth. It's larger. It's in the back. You can sort of use your spatial awareness to figure out that this is probably where Osiris vanished to. You see the part of the balcony where he would have looked out upon his party and delivered his address. And the staff are just, says, "Please." He opens the door, ushers you guys in. You step into what looks like a half, little party spot, half office. The first thing you notice as the door shuts behind you is that, despite the fact that the walls of it, again, were composed of like this thick sort of carpety substance, you can see out. It's almost like on this side it's transparent glass, except you can see through whatever the solid material was on the other side. You can see the whole upper floor, and in fact, how do I do this? Yeah, it's like it goes through the sort of balcony bit and the floor as well. You can, not the whole floor, but like the front where you've entered, you can see down to the party floor. It makes absolutely no geometric sense. You don't know why this is possible, but this guy has somehow managed to create his own little viewing booth where he can see most of what goes on, except in the, complete corners, I suppose. But you've got a lot.
So does this mean we get to see inside the karaoke rooms?
If you turn your head a certain way, you can see a drunk guy in a suit going. Do you feel better?
No.
You can also see in some of the other rooms, but again, I'm not going to describe those.
Yeah, I mean, that was the implication.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thanks. Okay. Osiris himself has a cocktail glass in hand, red. He is standing up, though. There are a bunch of couches and seats. It's spacious, but there's also a lot of like drawers and little things that look like storagey stuff. Osiris is wearing a snazzy sort of suit. It's not too ostentatious. It's black. He's wearing a gold tie as well. You notice that he's got one interesting-looking ring on his finger. It's kind of it's a gold ring, but with like a white. It's kind of like this, but better looking. The stone or whatever is in it is white, kind of like light grey, actually, more the color you'd associate with like a bone. Anyway,
Interesting.
yes, and so he's my ivory tower representatives. Which one of you would be the prince's child?
I smile very charmingly at him.
I stare daggers.
Is that you shouting? Anyway,
And then I sort of walk towards him, I guess, and like motion that can we sit down?
Of course. I imagine you're here to fall upon my mercies and generosity in your quest to receive the financial backing for the purchase of a certain, shall we say, very impressive building. Would I be right?
Well, Miss... I always forget what is his surname. It's horrible.
Sorry, his surname is horrible or your memory is horrible?
My memory is horrible.
His surname is Candile. Like candle, but Candile.
Candile. Oh, Mr. Candile, you certainly don't waste any time, do you?
Oh, please,
The
call me
first thing
Osiris.
I would like to fall on is a comfortable couch and maybe a drink or two. Nobody approaches business, well, not in a setting like this without a little bit of fun beforehand, no?
Oh, as far as I'm concerned, the business and the fun are hand in hand. I did enjoy your display with the guards. I was kind of hoping you'd take the simple route, you know, just grab a black pencil, and take the invitation, write Joanne's guests. That would have been delightful, but alas.
Delightful. Well, to a certain
I am a fan of creativity.
class of people.
Nonetheless, by all means, you may sit.
Lula is not saying anything, but he is making visible faces.
I'm not
Of
at this
various
point
kinds.
wishing to offer the throats of my valued staff to the kindred of Shadeport. However, and he pulls a bottle and he says, I can assure you, you are quite capable of drinking and enjoying this. And he pours 4 glasses of... it could be red wine, but you know it isn't.
He's not drinking?
He had one already. He's got one in his hands, been drinking it since you met him.
Sorry.
Question at this point. If I were to, like sniff the glass, try to get the aroma, would I know the difference between mortal blood and vampire blood?
From tasting it, certainly. From sniffing, I would say... probably not. If you mean the sense the beast thing, that's going to be more of a live person in front of you. Or unlive person in front of you.
I was just wondering from a, experience thing, but I suppose I'll just sip and find out.
So
Yeah.
it
Funnel
tastes
down
very
instead.
good. It tastes surprisingly good for blood that isn't fresh. That's the thing. Blood sort of loses its potency when it's been, preserved. You're not sure if it's whatever else is in it, if there's something in it, but it retains the joy of drinking out of a vein. However, it's not that incredible joy of drinking out of a kindred vein. It's, it's a person who is kind of emotionally neutral. That's how you feel, which is usually what happens with
So-
bagged blood.
Like the plasma equivalent kind of thing.
Yeah, it's better than it should be for what it is, which is, again, just everything about tonight is surprising and perspective challenging. But does anybody not drink?
I drink.
I mean, they're cocktail glasses. They're not going to take a hunger away. But
Bottoms up.
nice enough. I do appreciate kindred with daring. Nonetheless, let me paint my picture for you. I don't like to beat around the bush. I don't like to unnecessarily elaborate. I'm here for a week, and in that week I have precisely one night of fun, and this is it, and I intend to make the most of it. So, I'm not particularly interested in your life stories, your rationale for being here. I've already learned whatever I need to know, and I'm quite happy to provide you with your museum, theatre, whatever it is you'd like. However, I need you to make me want to. Again, I appreciate daring, confidence, willingness to be creative, and to play. Now, I can think of several things you could do tonight that would be quite fun, and I am willing to present them to you, if you're game. For everything you do that makes me happy, you will be one step closer to your building. If you reach that point and then go beyond, perhaps we can discuss further benefits. I am not without resources. There are many things I can do for you, both individually and collectively, and to cap it all off, tomorrow, I'm gone. Beginning of the evening, I fly out, and frankly, I don't think I'll ever be back here again. There are too many cities in the world, and too little time in eternity. The next time I experience this place could be 200, 300 years from now. If you don't mind me speaking plainly. I have no connection to anyone here. I have no role to play in your little games. If anything, they amuse me. So really, you could ask me for anything you like. If
what is it?
you earn it.
Do we do the asking before or the asking after? I wonder.
Pleasure before business, my dear. The games first. At the end of the games, we will decide whether you've earned your building. If you have not, goodbye. If you have, congratulations, you now own a building. If you have earned more than that, individually, then we will talk.
Oh, come on, me intrigued.
I wasn't doing anything else tonight anyway.
Let's start off slow and simple. He admires his own left hand. I'd like to get to know my guests before the games begin. Few ground rules. Everything you do tonight, you will do willingly, consensually. I am no monster, no great devil in the shadows, no matter what anyone's told you about my clan. I'm somewhat of a unorthodox member of the ministry. Before the rebrand, before we were freed from our obligations to a certain giant scary snake, I was already well in the habit of disregarding him, so... In fact, it's only with the rebrand that I could really call myself a proper member, but nonetheless. I know we have a reputation. I know that you're probably thinking I'm here to twist and turn your soul and make you do all manner of naughty things for my amusement, and while I'm not opposed to any of that, it's also not a hard and fast requirement. All I care about is that you make me smile. So, if you choose not to engage with any of my little games, that is fine. We'll move on to the next one, but everything is tallied. Now, I suggest a little game of truth. You take my hands, we'll talk one-on-one, you and me. Your friends can watch, or you can dismiss them if they're willing to step outside, and you will answer some questions. Any of you, all of you I hope, but any of you that are willing. If you answer truthfully, then I will be happy. If you tell me a lie, then the game is over, and we will move on to the next. It's as simple as that. No horrendous penalties. Just tell the truth.
And if we want to ask a question of you, could we expect the truth?
Ah, reciprocity. You can certainly ask a question of me.
I'll try it.
You have naught but my word. Besides, I have naught but yours and my own natural abilities.
Well, that was going to be my question. After the game, might we know if you could tell the lies from the truth?
When the game is complete and all willing participants have finished, I can certainly reveal my secrets. I am no magician, but I do know a little magic. I just don't have to abide their code.
First.
Indeed! He extends a hand to Flynn because Flynn appeared to agree first and says, "My hand. Take my hand."
I would prefer to do this one-on-one, if that's all right.
That is not my call.
And I'll turn to the other three and say, do you mind?
I'll step out and say, not a problem at all. Perhaps in the next 5 minutes we can get Nulai laid. Nulai's been looking at those walls far too suspiciously. I'm just like, bruh.
Sort of scrunches up her nose like, yeah.
Does anybody make a stink of not wanting to leave?
Nah, Nulai will look quietly. Just
good. That's good. The speed is good. All right. So yeah. he does insist that y'all must hold hands like this, but with two people. You know how that works.
Yep.
He you sit across from each other in the comfy little couchy seats and fix in your eyes and says, first of all, thank you very much. I do enjoy when someone agrees to the game of truth. Firstly, and this is part of the game, do you trust me?
No.
Out of character, is that the truth?
Yes.
Very, very clever. That's how I catch them out, you see. People will say no, and then boop, out you go. Do you enjoy being the creature that you are?
No, I don't. It's a curse.
I assume that you will alert me as the GM if
Yeah,
you like.
I'll let you.
That is a damned shame. There's so much fun to be had in our life, but you are correct. Do you enjoy, and really think about this one carefully? Considering your previous answer, it does not mean your next one shall be foregone. Do you enjoy wielding power over the mortals?
I probably shouldn't, but there's a lot of me that does, yes.
Don't wear those morals down yet, my dear. Do you feel powerful when someone is afraid of you?
Yes, I do.
Are you in this purely for your prince's bidding? Or are you after a greater prize from me tonight? Something personal, perhaps?
There's certainly something that, if you prove worthy, I would wish to ask of you. If you prove it to have enough power
I see.
and sense.
You don't seem new and young, so I will make a presumption here. Do you regret your most recent kill?
No.
That would be the guard, right?
Yeah.
And you don't?
No.
Okay. If it's
She's
true.
happy to let everybody else think that she's very contrite.
Okay. That is good to know. Alright. And that is true, and yeah, right. He does not spark or anything. Final question. And this is not a lead-in to an offering. Again, I have no business here beyond my own pleasure. I just like to know people. Would you willingly betray your friends here for a high enough price?
Only friends that stand here with me?
The three that...
Yes.
Oh, you're going to be a lot of fun. He releases your hands. He looks at his hand, looks at the ring. Any questions you have of me, but I'm afraid I have no guarantees to offer you beyond my way.
Could you have done all that and known the truth without wearing that ring?
No,
Didn't think so.
I'm not here to surprise or shock anybody. Hell, if you know anything about blood sorcery, you'll know exactly what this is.
Do I know what this is?
No,
Yeah?
you can. No, but you can lie to him now. You no clue.
Yeah, Flynn just nods and doesn't give away that she has no idea what it is besides a ring.
He laughs and he looks at you and says, "You're lucky the game is over." Anything else?
No.
Then please, let them know they can come back in, and of course, any others are welcome to play too.
Oh. Actually, can I change my answer from
Sure.
no? Can I have another drink?
I poured you one out of courtesy. You may have as many as you like, but I'm not going to be your waiter.
Fair. Flynn will stand, pour herself a drink, and neck it, and just flounce.
Good shit.
Yeah, flounce out the room.
Now that you've had two, I'll say that you can lower a hunger. I think you had hunger gain, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. So
I
you
went
can go
from
down
1
to
to 2.
You can go down to 1 on that. It's weird. It's you don't feel different in any way. It's no, it's blood. All right. Who else is willing to get interrogated? And are
I'm
they?
willing to take a turn.
Lula is as well.
Is there just a mutual agreement of one-on-one? We don't listen to each other's stuff.
I have
I
no
don't have a
objection
problem.
to people overhearing.
Yeah, same here.
You couldn't hear anything inside that one. So if you guys are willing to go in there together as a group and stay, then
Lula will do
I am.
one-on-one.
I had a
So
suspicion.
Lula will, out of courtesy, will still stay out of the room.
When Flynn leaves, she'll just look at everyone and be like, questions are easy. It's nothing big.
so who goes in now?
I go in?
Joanne, Katia, does Flynn go back in?
Yeah.
Okay. Then which of Joanne and Katia offer their hands?
I kind of imagine us maybe doing it at the same time kind of thing.
Yeah, he asks who's next and goes for whoever offers.
Well, I put my hand out. I don't know if I'm faster than Katia.
Okay. Some of the questions are the same for Joanne. He asks if you trust him.
I say no.
No. He nods again. His reaction isn't as big because he's already been through it. He's like, yes, very good. I agree, nor should you. He asks if you enjoy being kindred. Again.
I say I'm not sure.
And again, I'm assuming that you're telling the truth unless you tell me that you're not. He
I am
asks,
telling the truth.
He asks, how old are you really?
How old am I really?
Yep.
We're playing this game.
Yep.
All right. I'm exactly as old as you think I am.
Oh no, my dear, that isn't quite an answer. If you're worrying that I'm tricking you, I refer to how long it's been since teeth sank into your neck and your heart stopped beating.
Not very long at all. But then again, you knew that, didn't you?
Very vague. I don't know that I like this answer. Doesn't matter what I know. What matters is what you tell me.
Well, I don't actually remember how old I am. Like a few months, right?
You would
Like
be
3 months, I think.
You would be 3 months at the story's outset, which means you would be coming on 4 months now, but not quite.
4 months. Okay.
So does he pull that out of you?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would be like, oh, if we have to put a precise number on it, it's not even a year. Hardly worth mentioning.
Indeed. And yet you are the one who, by all images and accounts, leads this party. Curious. And he goes over some of the others, again, that he also asked stuff. And do you enjoy wielding power over mortals?
I say no.
Do you feel powerful when someone's afraid of you?
Yes.
Are you in this purely for the prince's bidding, or are you after something else from him personally?
Well, I have many questions. In fact, if I remember correctly, it is one of my not my ambition, my desire.
Yeah.
So I want to learn more about everything about kindred.
He respects that.
So,
He says,
yeah.
"Yeah,
I have a motivation above and beyond to learn more about what he can teach me.
And there is certainly much I can provide. He doesn't ask you about killing, but he does finish with a similar question. He asks, is your loyalty to your prince sound, or do you have questions?
One can be loyal with questions. I don't think that loyalty is something that's ever truly absolute.
Bold. He lets your hand go. Offers to take Katya's. No lies thus far. Again, asks if you trust him.
Not yet.
Ooh.
Curious. Yeah, he asks, same thing. Do you enjoy being kindred? Do you enjoy wielding power over mortals? We'll skip through some of these.
It is a condition of existence. I do not enjoy or loathe it. As for power, I recognize only its uses.
Do you resent this one having a position of leadership over you?
Some are born to lead.
Do you think they are effective in this role of theirs?
So far, promising enough.
He looks at... Flynn is in the room. He looks at your friend that did not trust you with her answers. Does that bother you?
We all have our secrets.
Does it bother you?
No.
Very well. Do you regret your most recent kill?
I do not. It was necessary.
Indeed, no, you certainly wouldn't. He looks a little curious. Would you willingly betray your friends and your prince for a high enough price?
No.
Quite truthfully, no there? He is... He takes his hands away from yours and just says... Stunningly, that was the truth, which leads me to believe that there is something deeply wrong with you, but nonetheless... my word. I've been doing this for 200 years! I've never had anybody... Sorry, no, outburst. Control, calm. Just staring at Katya now, and he's... Oh, very well. Is the other one going to play, or are we... Is he too scared of me?
If the others let me do it in secret. I respect the
I shrug. Walk out.
That's true.
Flynn pours another drink and necks it and says, "Good luck, boy in a box," and leaves.
Looks curious at that. Takes Nulai's hand if Nulai's willing, asks the same first question he asks of everybody. Do you trust me?
I do not trust anybody.
You certainly sound like the type. Well, my regularly scheduled second question has been overshadowed by interesting information. What exactly does boy in the box mean, sir?
I was delivered here in a box. And that's where they found me.
Fascinating.
Some impolite nicknames, I guess.
Why were you delivered?
For reasons beyond my knowledge.
It checks.
I am
Checks. You know why you...
a pawn.
Yeah, you knew
Yeah.
why you were in danger, but you don't know why you were delivered. You have no idea. Says, tell me who delivered you to this city, mystery man.
I think
you
I'm still under...
You are. Do you attempt to say the name?
I try my best.
It comes out without any trouble, and you are surprised, but it worked.
Jack? Huh?
A common name, but if we're talking about aquatic smuggling, I think I know who you may mean. Why do you seem so concerned?
I thought I could not say it. I tried it before, and I couldn't say it.
I have a way of getting answers out of people. Do you enjoy wielding power over mortals?
The more I get to know them, the better I feel about it.
How stunningly dark. But I can respect it. Are you in this out of loyalty for your prince? Or are you after a greater prize from me? Something personal, perhaps?
I'm all here for myself. I may be a pawn in somebody's game, but one day I will come out myself.
Have you killed anyone yet?
No.
Do you hope to avoid to...
Yes.
Would you betray your friends here, your prince, for a high enough price?
For the right price, anything.
Again, he releases your hands. Well, call the others in if you don't mind. I have more challenges to set. A bird calls.
Caca!
Whoa. That's a bit rude. But nonetheless. You guys can re-enter and sits again. At this point, Osiris is busying himself. He is pulling a little flask thing out. He pours another drink from the bottle of blood that is not got a lot left in it right now, but then he adds a little of this other thing into it. And he closes his little flask and says, "This one's quick and simple. It's for as many of you wish, but really I'd be happy enough with just one. This here."
I'll do it.
My. I haven't even begun to tell you what's in it. Last chance to back out, my friend.
Well, if he's doing it, I want to do it.
Oh my word. Such confident individuals we have tonight. Very well, I can pour a second. If you are so keen, shall I forego the explanation?
I would like to hear the explanation still.
You're not playing right now.
No.
My answer won't change regardless of the explanation, so you might as well give it to her.
He pours 2 glasses of blood plus. You're not sure what it was. Do you two just drink it? Just like that? No problems? No worries?
Yep.
Is Joanne pushing for an answer still?
He's not listening.
Sorry. Alright, I'll nick it.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. Let me just...
I know I made a bird call, but you're not a chicken, are you?
Okay. He watches you as you down it, and you don't feel immediately different, but as it settles in, you can feel the blood inside of your body different. It is different. It's not bad. It's not like churning, but you feel that some things have shuffled around, and you're not sure what you mean
This
yet.
is my second drink. Do I get my hunger out?
Yeah, you will. It's your second drink of anything, really.
My
So-
4th drink. Does that mean that I have no hunger?
No, because you haven't killed anybody yet.
True.
Alright, so he smiles and he says, "Well, double points for not asking for an explanation, but as the offer has passed, that little concoction is temporary in effect. It does not affect your judgment or your reasoning. It's not going to knock you out. I'm not some nefarious being here. What it will do is alter some of your capabilities. There are some things that you find yourself quite good at. You may not be so good at them for the next few hours. There are some things that you have absolutely no conception or ability with, and suddenly you may feel like a genius. You'll just have to experiment to see how it works.
Fair.
Now,
Seems like fun.
indeed, I find it fascinating to see how people will react to changes in their capabilities. See, you might find that your usual way of doing things don't work at all, whereas something that you would never in a million years try is suddenly your best bet. You'll see. You'll see. Let's move on to some more dedicated challenges. There are 4 things that I would like to see done out in this party. The first thing requires one of you. The rest will stick behind, observing. This will be a self-reliant little exercise. Do we have anybody who feels daring enough to start up?
I wouldn't want to hog all the fun,
No.
so I'll leave it
Screw
to that.
that, I'm all in for the fun.
Mr. Boxman, you would like to be our first participant?
Well, unless somebody's stopping me.
Joanne?
I mean, against my better judgment, I mean.
You're happy to let Nulai
Uh,
be the person who does stuff here?
No, I'm not happy. So I'm
Are you-
stepping forward.
Okay, you'll go. All right.
Yeah.
What?
Very well. I do prefer...
I challenge you.
Sorry?
I challenge. I when I said unless somebody stops me, I didn't mean unless
you meant it
somebody
like in the
else steps
literal
forward.
sense.
I meant it in the sense of she better go over my cold,
Oh,
undead body.
Oh no.
sit down, Boxboy, before you break your fangs.
Shut up, chicken.
The conflict begins already. I quite enjoy it. Look, I don't care who goes. I just need one person. 2 is not fair on what I have in mind. You or you?
Well, if we have a hierarchy in our coterie, I think that Joanne certainly finds herself at the top, and Nulai does not.
That being said, though, would it not be, as I'm thinking about this, you've just imbibed something that puts a whole different spin on the entire evening. It'd be very interesting
And
to
I'm
see
here
what
to
would
try
happen
it
if you
out.
tried the tasks. But honestly, I trust Flynn more than I trust Nulai. So,
If you would ask it of me, of course I would go.
and if you're willing, but
Yep. Flynn stands up. So, what next?
Okay. The
And
Osiris doesn't care, so if Nulai is just quietly allowing that to pass, then Flynn it will be as far as he's concerned.
Nulai is still insisting.
I will break you.
I don't know if you're supposed to stand on some sort of a plate or.
All right,
what, but
my friends. I can see that you're all very, very ready and raring to go to make me laugh, and I find that fantastic, so I'm going to reward you both. After this little jaunt, there will be a second little jaunt which will also require just one of you. Trust me, you will get your turn, and the 2 of you, both eager drinkers, can be the 2 that are sent easily, and I don't even care which order we do it in. So,
Rock, paper, scissors?
Good old rock. Nothing beats that.
do you choose
Wait,
scissors?
did I say that out loud?
You can't choose.
You
but I
very
realize
much
I don't
do.
have a camera on, so. Yeah, scissors.
Well, you appear to have done this to yourself, sir. In your pursuit of a joke, you have ruined your standing. You have only yourself to blame, but the good news is, I think it's fucking hilarious! And that's the goal, isn't it? Now, he turns to Flynn. Take a walk with me. It's a very short walk, and the rest of you can come too.
As long as it's not a short walk off a long walk off a short pier, I'm fine with it.
He leads you out to the balcony, and of course, you'd expect everyone to look up to him and go quiet again, but they don't. If the life of the party, the person everyone's there to see, approaches this balcony, no one seems to notice. Again, you have no idea how he's doing half the shit he's doing, but it's... You don't feel like you're visible at the minute. But you're all there. You look over at the balcony and there's, people on the dance floor again, there's people off the side. He nudges Flynn and he points to a group of businessmen in suits with cigars. And he says, "One of those gentlemen has an item that I would like to be mine. It is, I believe, a sealed envelope, and within it are some interesting things. It is in the gentleman's back pocket. So, a good arse fondle, and you should be able to take it no worries. Problem is, I don't know which gentleman it is, and there's a good 4 of them sitting there having a lovely chat. So all I need you to do is go down there, get it. Doesn't have to be subtle, certainly can, but just get it. Get it and bring it to me, in whichever way you think is suitable."
Is down there? Is there it's a place to easily get another drink, right?
Yeah, there's a bar.
All right, sure. Flynn will make her way down, I guess.
So there's 4 dudes. They're not that remarkable or different looking. One of them has a sealed envelope in his butt pocket.
Before approaching them, Flynn will go to the bar and order a drink of whatever sounds good. And whatever seems to have a lot of colour in it.
Good shot.
And as she waits for this drink, she's going to observe them and see if any of them seems to have look like they have something in their back pocket.
There is a gentleman back to you from where you are at the bar who occasionally seems to just protectively pat his ass, but it's like he just he's just every now and then just sort of absent-mindedly looks as though he's checking something. It's not too hard to spot.
Alright, I'll
It's not a guarantee, but it's a good start.
I will take my drink when it arrives. I assume that doesn't need to be roleplayed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will make my way over to them. And when I get close, I'm going to stumble into him and spill my drink all down his front.
Okay.
And I'm so sorry, and just sort of be pressing up quite close to him and just trying to brush it off. And as I'm trying to brush it off with one hand, I'm going to reach around with another one, just yank the paper out and run.
Okay. Well, you get to him and you spill your drink on him while he's still facing away from you. Go, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You sort of pull yourself back up, look him in the eye. That's all right, Flynn.
Is it?
You are staring in the face of Walter Crimson, and it occurs to you as this moment that you're like, why the fuck didn't I know that was him?
In that case, say, sorry, it's part of what I have to do for him up there. I need whatever's in your back pocket.
Curious. Okay. He speaks very softly, and the dudes that he was talking to are kind of leaving you alone. They were like, oh god, look, spill! And then as soon as he started talking intently, they stopped and were like, never mind, let's leave him alone. He doesn't want us to listen. And they're just back to, loud, cigar-smoking businessman talk, probably about, I don't know, some sort of game with a ball. So, yeah, he's only very intently, and he's, watching his stuff, and he says, I know what kind of man this is for. You want it to look as ostentatious as possible. Tell you what, you can take it, and I will put on a fantastic fantastic show for your friend up there. But you're going to tell me exactly why you're here later on. You're going to tell me what you've won from him. And you're going to tell me... He, thinks for a moment. Well, you're going to tell me everything, aren't you?
Flynn just grits her teeth and does not answer, but she'll nod.
The nod's pretty much forced out of you at this point. He's right in front of you. You can feel the compulsion of the blood bond. Even if you are away from him, able to exert your will, while he is directly talking to you and commanding you, you're gonna do whatever. He says, "Good. Now take it and bolt."
Flynn does that. Flynn takes it and just legs it.
Let's call a roll, and this roll is partially for you, partially for, I guess, what he does. But we're going to call it Dex, and we're going to call it Performance, because you're effectively trying to make it look like you're pickpocketing him, whereas you're really just doing what he says. So you're kind of faking it. Now, the Dex and Performance roll is interesting. You're still gonna click those two skills, right? Normally you'd have 3 dice for that, for Dex and Performance. But you had a drink.
Yeah.
So, starting at a -3 to get rid of those 3 dice, let's see. You would add a +3 modifier for the 6 dice that you should have. It's not based on your Dex. It's just making up the difference for what your skills actually look like now, because they are all different.
Okay, I actually did roll that, but it hasn't showed up, so I might do it again if that's alright. Oh, no, there it is.
There it is, just a bit of delay. That is a bestial failure, but with 3 successes, and it wasn't that difficult. Right. So, you grab the thing out of his pocket, you go to turn, and as you do, you feel Crimson move a bit, and you feel something tag your elbow. And as you run off, his tie flies out from his neck, attached to your arm. And you're not sure how, because your arm's not, like, holding it. But you hear, "Whoa! Oh, you, how dare you, get back here!" You keep running, and you hear stumbling and bumping, and as everyone else is watching, you see that this businessman that you may or may not recognize as Crimson from this distance starts running awkwardly and just slams his head into a waiter's tray, and they just all go down in a big smashing kaboosh, fla, fla. And then Crimson starts rolling. And he rolls onto the dance floor and crashes into more people. And there is just this big stack of dancers, and it is a complete mess. And from where you are, it doesn't look that sus.
Before I get back, can I read or have a look at what it is that I have just taken?
Sealed.
I suppose he did ask. No, he asked for a sealed envelope. If I bring you an unsealed envelope, it's not what he asked for.
Indeed.
So yeah, I'll bring it back then.
Return to us, house. Oh, very good. You got lucky, though. That is one frightfully incompetent fellow. Only that.
I'll hand it over.
Looks at it. Very good. Pulls a lighter out of his pocket. That was fun. Now, you. Points to Dulai. I believe it's your turn. You appear to have lost your ability to speak.
Alright.
There we go. Wasn't aware a human being could mute. Nonetheless.
I'm not a human.
He looks down as the left side of the dance floor is cleared up and there's arguing and that, and Crimson kind of composes himself and he's gone before too long. Again, I'd say that you guys might have an inkling that it may have been him, but like you wouldn't expect all of those shenanigans from someone of his dapper, normal bearing, so you're not fully sure. He points to a different side of the dance floor now, at a woman who is just dancing her heart away. She appears to be on her own, though she'll occasionally like dance up near people and grind or do all that sorts of, like, you know, she's having a good time. She says, Osiris says, there is a ring attached to the finger of that woman. There is a nice shiny ruby upon it. I would like that ring. That's it. That's all.
Ring from that woman.
How's your dancing?
I can't say good things about it.
That was before you had this. And he points to his own cocktail, that you know what he meant. Not that you have to dance.
Well.
Do as you like. This is a game of freedom.
I am a dancing monkey after all.
Ook ook, my friend.
Ook ook. He says as he starts, you know, kind of not quite skipping, but just a little, you know, swinging himself towards the aforementioned lady.
Yeah. You've got to go downstairs, which takes a little bit of a doing, just as
Well,
Flynn had to go
I'll
up
be
and down,
swinging down the stairs then.
well, down an elevator, but you get to the floor with the dance floor on it, and you can swing over to her as you wish. What is your intention? To just start dancing with her, or
Just start doing the shepherd shuffle. See where that leads.
okay? This is, I'd say, it's probably also a performance role of some kind, with charisma. But of course, you drank too.
All right.
So while you can set up charisma and performance, which would give you 5 dice, your 5 dice is also going to come with a modifier of -4.
Nice.
You can blood surge to bring that up to -2.
I will blood surge indeed.
Of course, you didn't realize that it was going to be this bad, so I guess we'll
Well,
say that you blood surge just
I-
to be safe.
I would say that I will try my best here.
Yeah.
But
Rouse check though. Hunger back to 2, and then yeah, it's 1 die basically is what you're getting, but it'll be 3 with the blood surge. So -2 on your performance charisma. Yeah, you're kind of shuffling into the dance floor, looking kind of awkward. You don't do so badly as to... Oh, that's a 1. Never mind.
I do badly.
I haven't had a bestial failure in a while. Let me just quickly double check the specifics of what I'm supposed to bestow upon you, but wasn't enough successes for a success, and that one is not good. Shall we say, not good. So as you move in to dance in this way, you realize that your body is not reacting the way it's supposed to. Your shuffle, your steps, everything's just uncoordinated, and you weren't that coordinated to fucking begin with, but you're not doing what you're supposed to. And as you get into this dance floor, the frustration of it is just building. You're like, what? I can't, why? Duh. And
So essentially, I'm doing the robot.
You're jerking and it's flailing, and yeah, you look to the dancers like you're tripping, and space is starting to make the woman that you're hoping to gain the attention of is one of those. She's like backing up, like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And need to figure out what form this is going to take. Oh, there we go. You start to panic. Your mind is panicking. Your mind is panicking because there is now this space around you on the dance floor, and you are supposed to be dancing with people. You're trying to blend in. You're trying to look good. And so your mind does what it can to help you with this panic. The problem is that there is nobody in the space with you, so your mind creates people in the space with you. There are now happy, friendly dancers all around you, and you start to calm down a little. Until your hand goes through one of them, and they're not physically there. And you don't know what this means, or when these happy dancers are going to go away. And this is not good for you. You are now under the impression that you are surrounded by ghost people. And you kind of want to get off the dance floor now.
I guess I will try my best.
Go on.
I wonder if I can go down and help him, like kind of dance with him.
The task is for one person. Osiris wouldn't stop you, but he also would consider it to be in breach.
Would it though? Because I'm not going to get the ring. I'm just going to go and dance with him so that he's not alone with ghost people.
Well, you don't know he's seeing ghost
I don't know
people.
what he's seeing, but he seems uncomfortable.
Seeing him like,
so
True. Meanwhile,
I'm not breaking the rules, and I'm being creative.
Osiris is fascinated. He's like, this is either a very strange plan or a complete and utter failure. What does Nulai do at this point?
I mean, I'm panicking. I don't think I have any conscious choice here.
The ghost people are starting to look at you and grin. It is not a friendly grin. It is the grin of something that wants to eat you.
Yeah, the panic is just gonna keep growing, and the dance probably just keeps going, but
Dance forever.
I mean, I can dance if I want to.
Yeah, you did leave your friends behind. Okay, Joanne can make their way to the dance floor and start moving into Nulai's ghost people space, and as Joanne does, Nulai, you are witnessing Joanne. To the best of your knowledge, Joanne is dance fighting the ghosts. Joanne's kind of winning, but the ghosts are just like moving up, just sort of rolling with the punches sort of thing, and still existing, and they look a bit annoyed, but they're still doing that grin at you. They're not aggressing, but they're still definitely there, and now y'all are dancing in a sort of space. The rest of the actual people in the dance floor have kind of sort of gotten over their fears and their concerns, and they're just kind of ignoring Snip now, Nulai now, as Joanne comes in, and so they start to squash in too, which is making it even weirder because the ghost people are now blending in and out of the real people, and it's just like, you're just getting very socially overloaded, and you would like to not be in this space.
Does my ore have any sort of effect on Nulai?
You've been around it for long enough now that it's not gonna... Joanne still looks
It's not
good,
surprise.
but it's not gonna make him feel more comfortable.
Damn.
In the face of all the
Okay.
ghost people.
I don't have any sort of exertion that I can do to help him, so there's nothing I can do there, I guess.
Then makes the comment that this is painful to watch.
Well, I'm certainly curious as to the next step, whether it's of the dance variety or... Well, at this point, he looks like he's going to fall over dead. What does Nulai do?
I mean, probably just keep on dancing. Like there's no logic or reason behind his thoughts. He just thinks he's dancing it, no matter how scary it is. I mean, what's going on with the lady with the ring? Let's put it this way. Like he glances over trying to find the lady with the ring. Let's put it that.
Okay. The lady with the ring has gotten over the what the fuck's with the creepy guy. She's definitely not dancing near you, but like, if you were willing to walk through the ghost people, you could probably reach her.
Well, I guess at this point I can acknowledge that these ghost people are ghost people and try to like push onward, try to get through.
Okay. Let's give you a...
Actually, I think at this point the dance will stop. Stop the dance.
So we'll just
Like,
walk through the
let's
dance floor.
Yeah, focus entirely on getting through the ghost people. Like,
Okay.
I think at this point some sense and reasoning has come to the idea that I'm not a good dancer if even the ghosts are laughing at me.
So, I'm going to say that this is athletics and composure because you are both trying to maneuver your way through the dance floor composed of people both real and ghost, and also you're trying to lose your shit. So, athletics and composure is 2 dice for you. If you hadn't
No
drank that
modifiers?
thing. Get to me. Hang on. Jesus Christ. Okay. To get your 2 to the amount that your modified athletics and composure would be, you would need to add 6.
Nice.
Well, that's a little better. Do you have any desire to re-roll with your willpower to get even more successes, or is this enough?
I think this is enough.
You feel like this is enough. Okay. Your senses aren't returning to normal, but you're kind of gaining a handle of, okay, this isn't real, my mind is doing this, I don't know why. Bloody Malkavian, I guess. You manage to push your way towards where the woman is dancing. However, because you're not dancing and you're just standing in the middle of the dance floor and kind of looking at her now, you haven't put a lot of thought, due to the distraction, into how this presents. And so there is a dancing woman who's like, what the fuck? Dude?
I think at this point I would like to try and I would just look her in the eyes and say, just forget what you saw there, and try to cloud memory.
That is a free power. There's no rouse check. She's immortal. She's like... Goes back to dancing for a bit, and then she stops again because you're still standing there in the middle of the dance floor, stock still staring at her. It's like, the fuck, dude?
Sorry, I just couldn't. I just couldn't help but notice how attractive you are.
Oh, no. She takes a step back, and of course you guys are both shouting here because you're in the dance floor. She's like, okay, buddy! Just kind of here to dance. The hand she's holding up
Can I cloud
has the
memory her
ring.
again?
Sorry?
Can I cloud memory her again?
Oh, God. Technically, she just keeps going back to dancing, and at this point she turns her head from you, so you'd have to get her attention to get this to happen again. Meanwhile, up at the balcony, this is becoming rather sad.
Becoming?
Okay.
Back to you.
Nula, now, knowing that no matter what sort of sane thoughts I can come up with and what kind of charming moves I can put on are no use.
I mean, I wasn't going to give you a persuasion roll for being standing still on a dance floor and telling someone dancing that they look attractive. No, I'm not giving you a persuasion roll for that. Go on.
Yeah. I will tap them on the shoulder and hope to gain their attention. And just to get them to look me in the eyes.
She swings around and with a very familiar intonation stops dancing and says, "The fuck, dude?"
I will look her straight in the eyes. I will use mesmerize, and I will tell her, "Your ring. Throw it out. Throw it to the dance floor."
Okay, that would be a rouse check.
Time to get hungry again.
Yes, indeed, you did.
At this
Mesmerize.
point, I'm considering getting block potency just for this shit.
Mesmerize is free to use on a mortal who isn't actively resisting you, and despite the fact that you've just fucked with her memories twice, at this point I don't care enough to make you struggle for this. She's grabs the ring and tosses it into the middle of the dance floor where it vanishes under a sea of feet.
Okay, then I will heighten my senses, and I hope to. Can I heighten my senses while it's in the? Well, I know it's too loud. Yeah, it's too loud.
It has vanished under a sea of feet.
Yeah, okay, it's already beyond that point. I will heighten my sight.
You see a lot of well-defined feet.
I will keep searching.
Okay, we're gonna go with wits and investigation as you attempt to search the dance floor without disturbing anybody. Now you have 3 dice for that, but you drank a thing. Okay, that's not too bad. That's a +1. You do come out on top for that, but not by a lot.
Okay, I need to re-roll this one. I can't take it.
Do you in fucking deed? Okay. And here I was thinking if you had a triumphant moment during one of these tests, you might heal your aggravated willpower, but you haven't yet. But yeah, willpower reroll. You get 2 dice for the.
None of this is going well.
I made your willpower damage for you.
Thanks.
So at this point, Snip, that confidence that you felt regarding the ghost people flies out of your mind. The ghost people are still there. They are surrounding you, and they want to kill you. And you need to run far away now.
I will run.
Do you run towards an elevator, or...
The elevator, yeah.
Okay. Now, you are running through a dance floor full of dancers, so we're going to do a Dex plus Athletics. Which would normally be 2 dice for you. Let's do the randomizer again. Okay. Could have gone worse. You actually gain 2 dice right now. You've only suffered once from this. 2 successes. Look, it's stumbly bumbly, but you run into some people, but you don't care. You're just tearing through. You head towards an elevator, at which point, because you're in a mad sort of dash, you go into the elevator. Elevator door shuts. You're not really aware of the ability to select a floor, and so now you are in a small box. Whereupon you sort of curl into a ball, and in about 5 to 10 minutes you will be able to do things again.
Well, that happened.
Joanne, do you return to Osiris?
I kind of make a quick decision that Nulai has exited the stage, left. He is no longer the player in the game. I could either go up and be like, well, that was an epic failure, or I've been at the, sort of by the bar, by the dance floor. I could do a quick sweep of the area and see if I can see anything. If I can find it, then I'm the player, and maybe there's something to salvage out of this.
Alright, it'll be an investigation check, and I will say that you have the wherewithal to dance comfortably in the crowd. It'll be investigation and wits, just because you're doing quick glances around the floor of the dance floor to see if you can see the glitter, the glint of a ring. So yeah, no dice changes for you. You haven't drunk anything fun today.
Nope.
It is gone.
Fuck.
1 success ain't gonna help, unless you want to do the reroll for 2.
I've already... Why not? Why not?
Select 2 dice for that. I'll mark your willpower down 1. You're not exactly low on that, so you're good. Second success. Yeah, I would have needed both for that. It's in the wind. Once upon a time, there was a ring. Your return.
I do.
Okay. Osiris is just sort of... Does he often walk out into crowded social situations, metaphorically shit his pants, and then run away?
Well,
We did
I
find
wouldn't
the box.
say it's not. I would say that it's not always metaphorical, but the unhappy ball of Nulai is a familiar sight.
Now that would have been interesting, but nonetheless, I suppose we shall move on to the next part of our little game. I may as well send all 3 of you for this. Do you see that booth over there? And he points to a specific one. It's not one that you walked past earlier. On the upper floor. There's a man in that booth. He is waiting to talk to someone very important. That someone is not available. One of you is going to pretend to be that someone, and the other 2 are going to pretend to be their aides. Now, here's how it's going to work. I'm going to listen in. You're going to convince him that you are the person he wishes to see. For whatever reason, he wants to see someone. I just want to see how you do this. Just keep it up. There's no goal. I'm not trying to get anything out of him. I'm not trying to learn anything. Just sell it. Sell that you are the person he wishes to see.
That's what we know.
And he turns
All
around
right.
and he walks back into his little office booth thing, and he doesn't say another word to you. He's, you know where to go. You know where he pointed. Nulai,
So I look at
Nulai
Katya
will be-
and Flynn.
Nulai will be able to regain his senses and rejoin the group after this section.
Okay. So it's up to us then. Katya does muscle very convincingly. Katya, would you be my bodyguard?
Bodyguard. I can adequately perform that service.
Flynn, cheeky assistant.
I still have my my awe thing, my intimidate thing up.
Don't. Yeah, for as long as you want it, really.
Or you could have 2 bodyguards.
All right. Okay. Let's do this. Oh my god.
You guys pull up
Okay.
to the little booth. If you don't do anything outside of it.
I suggest that Flynn goes in first. Sort of like surveys the area. She needs to look as important as possible, intimidating as possible, and then usher me in.
Okay. Is there a door on the booth?
There is, just like, it looks similar but smaller than Cyrus's little office thing. You can open that. You see a scowling man sitting there. It's this just a small, like, yeah, it's smaller compared. It's like those little booths where the seats are coming out of the walls, and like it's for an intimate conversation or other such thing. Kind of like a like a booth you'd get at a karaoke place, but there's no karaoke machine, at least in that one. You see a man sitting there, and as he sees you, he looks simultaneously nervous and a little bit like perhaps the relief of there finally someone being there, but also the nervousness of, oh god, someone's here.
Probably doesn't help with it's Flynn. But Flynn is going to just breeze into the booth and say, "Security check, I was told you were expecting this."
Yeah.
Right, name? Full name, please. Quick, come on.
Jeff.
Jeff?
Jeff.
Jeff Bezos? Jeff who? Come on.
Jeff Peterson. Look, is Kovacs coming?
If you can, if I am assured that it is safe, then yes.
Do I look
You are.
like I have a fucking gun on me?
It's procedure, alright? Are you carrying any weapons on you?
Holds his hands up. No, nothing.
Alright. And, one last question. Who were you here to see again? Just to make sure on there.
Said their name was Kovacs.
Flynn will lean out the door. Yeah, it's him.
And then I I walk in and I sit down and kind of look him up and down. You're here.
Said be here.
I didn't think you'd come.
Okay.
Well, you're here, so we might as well, get on with it.
He looks at the 2 scary people on either side. It's like, do you think I'm gonna like attack or something? Like, what? You're the one who did this to me. I'm just here to get it sorted out.
If I'm going to sort anything out for you, I'm going to need you to have a little spine and ask me for it. Specifically.
You know, the pictures.
Come now, Jeff. Spit it out. Ask me, or get nothing.
Can I have the pictures that you took?
Mm-hmm.
From He names an establishment that any local of Shadeport would identify as a strip club.
I smile. Oh, Jeff, it wasn't so hard now, was it? Check your postbox tomorrow morning. It'll be there with the mailman.
Don't you... He pulls an envelope that looks... It's not
And
thin, it doesn't have a
slam
letter
the
in it.
table. Not here. What do you take me for? Place it in the mailbox. It will be collected when the pictures are delivered. No envelope, no pictures.
Okay. Are we good?
That'll be all. You may leave now.
Just carefully gets up.
Flint suddenly leans over and goes, boo.
But like that's the end of it, right? No more payments.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
He doesn't want to talk to you anymore. He hops away. Do you guys stay in the now empty booth, or do you go back to Osiris?
The fuck?
Get
It's
up.
a great
I giggle at Flynn. It's like, we really need to do this more often. And then we go back to Cyrus.
You know what's fun? I have no idea who that was. But I do know that his friends didn't get up to this floor. So he's got a whole lot of shit to deal with in his future. But you didn't take his money. That's stunning. Well, you know. No skin off my back.
I have no need for it. I did rather enjoy that, though.
Yes, you should.
That was
have.
fun.
At this point, Nulai, you've basically just shut down for a while. The elevator hasn't really moved. You've been in your own little box again, which may or may not have made things worse. But eventually the ghost people, you can open your eyes and they're gone, and you feel like the world is normal again. You don't feel good, but you feel like you could get up and come back into the party. Or you could just hit the ground floor button and go home.
I will gather my courage and I will join the party.
Okay. Do you go back into Osiris's little box?
Yep.
Alright. Osiris looks at you all and says, "This has been a good evening. There is one more opportunity to score some brownie points, as they say. It's an opportunity for one or two of you. And Nulai can join them at that point. Oh, my friend! That was curious. Not perhaps as entirely unsuccessful under the simple parameters of entertain me, as you would perhaps fear. Though, also, I've seen better. But please join. This is the final little game. I like to end things with a big blowout. This one will be... a show. A real show. A proper one for everyone outside to enjoy. And he reaches into a cupboard. He turns around. And he's holding a pair of quite real looking swords. He says, I do miss the old days. Back when life was simpler. When you had a problem with somebody and they had a problem with you, you could settle it in a manner public, thrilling, and very, very decisive. Now, I realize that it would be completely unfair for me to challenge one of you to a duel. I would demolish the shit out of you. Which is why, out of the generosity of my heart, I am offering you the opportunity for a 1v2. We'll have to make a show of it, of course. We'll step outside, you'll say something mean and nasty about my lineage, I will get rightfully offended, I will challenge you, you will take a step onto the dance floor with me, and then your friend, whichever one of you decides to join, will come in and assist you. And it will all be very, very fun. So.
At
Oh, and
this
of
point, I
course.
step up
Oh, and of
straight
course,
away.
I will also
because-
step up.
Of course.
I got a score to settle with myself.
I have no idea what
Oh.
that means.
Oh, Nulai, we've seen you dance. We don't want to put anything sharp in your hands.
He, at this
Yeah.
point, opens the
I-
cupboard
if-
wider, and he says, oh, there is one more thing. He shows a very expansive selection of medieval-looking weapons. There's from tiny daggers to proper swords like his, to like two-handed swords, to battle axes, to spears, all kinds of things, but they all look like they would belong in a battlefield of the Middle Ages. And he says, wouldn't want you to feel, out of place. Please. Whoever participates in this may select as they will.
I bought my own knife. Is that acceptable?
Oh, you do as you like.
This isn't to the death, is it?
Oh, no, of course not, but it's certainly going to look that way to those of us not gifted with the ability to recover from wounds rather faster. It'll be
fair.
the first blood, but that blood might be a lot.
At this point, I feel like I have, I've kind of let everyone else take the brunt of things. The weird, y'all did drink the fucking potions by yourselves, but I do want to do a bit more.
There is some logic to the two who are sure of their statistics being the ones to get in a fight.
Yeah.
Flynn will turn to Joanne and just say, I'm not going to stop you, but if we return back to the prince's mansion with you covered in blood and seemingly many people having seen you being killed, is that going to cause a problem?
Well,
You're
on
really
one
dead.
hand,
Because people get
I am technically dead already, so a dead person who dies again, maybe not that memorable.
What is dead may never die.
Question:
Answer!
Can I just duel the prince's child instead?
Does he have a death wish? I feel like he does have a death wish.
You can settle your personal disputes on your own time. I would like to have some fun tonight.
So, myself, I feel like the logical choice for this would be myself and Katya. Make a scene of it. And hey, if the prince's child leaves with a bloody nose and a shattered elbow, I reckon that would be fair recompense.
Okay. Katya and Joanne, are there any objections? Does Flynn push further?
No. Flynn's been shot once already this month.
Alright. So,
Excuse me, but I happen to be an actor, so I know I would be good for this, but one second, I don't know. Tonight's not my night anyway, but I don't want to walk out with the damaged pride alone.
At this point, I feel like Joanne would probably be a little bit annoyed because A, the dance thing was a fiasco and kind of put my own ass on the line for that. And B, I don't know, this ball thing of New Lies seems to be a repeat performance. So I'm just going to be like, no. And it's probably going to be the first time they've ever seen me lose my temper a little bit. Just because, no.
No!
I'm not having any of your shit right now.
Very well, but Mr. whatever his name was again, Candle. Candile. Just remember that I tried. I wanted to make it entertaining for you.
Oh, I know. I saw. Very well. Will you take from my glorious cabinet of items of hole making and slashing?
Okay, well, I mean, I have... Wait, hold on. I have points and firearms. I'm going to guess there's nothing in there that even remotely resembles a point and shoot. Is there maybe a crossbow?
Did you bring your gun?
My gun is always on my person, but it doesn't fit into the entertainment category. So if there's like an old-timey crossbow that we could maybe wangle as a firearm.
You could use it, but you might have some penalties.
I mean, it's technically the same skill set. As opposed to me trying to wield a sword, for example, which is a wildly different object.
Go with your gut. There would be a crossbow there. He's rich as shit. He's got whatever you want.
Okay. I want one of those little mini wrist crossbow thingies if it's there, and then
wrist shooter thing. All right, fine. Yeah, he has one. I don't have enough time to detail over it, so.
We'll
Sure.
go with that.
It fits into your hand really weirdly because you're wearing formal wear, but it's there. All right, and he says, now. He looks at you and he looks at Katya and he points at Joanne and says, I think you're better suited to the opening sally. He looks to Katya and says, join when you feel it is appropriate. Come with me. And as he says, come with you, he grabs Joanne by the wrist. He says, don't worry, all part of the show. He flings open the door and he drags you out. Do you go along with this?
Yes.
Okay. He drags you out and he says, I invite you! And as he shouts, the whole party stops. And everyone's looking. I invite you into my office. Sorry, no. I invite you into my VIP private booth to have a wonderful discussion, to make some friends out of the kindness of my heart, and you tell me that my mother was a toad made out of snakes, covered in garlic, and farted a lot. I cannot believe you. How dare... We must find restitution this instant. I demand... Clear the floor. There is going to be an old-fashioned reckoning right now.
I kind of like could pull away from him and shout back like, well, you didn't have to bring my father into this.
Good. The dancers back up. The music stops. And Candile sort of maneuvers it so that your face, you've got your back to the balcony. He's done this to you sort of without you realizing it. And as he continues to shout, and you continue to shout back, suddenly he is rushing at you. And he has the swords in his hand, but he's not rushing at you with the swords. He's rushing at you with the swords sort of over his head, facing away. And would you like to dodge his attempt to slam into you and push you off the balcony and onto the dance floor below?
No.
Very good. Okay. The boom, the crunch, the shattering of glass as the railing of the balcony is crumbles, weirdly. Like you would have thought it'd be tougher than that, but maybe it was designed with this purpose in mind. It is just a spectacular leap, push, fall, kaboom, and you only take 1 point of superficial damage from this, which I've marked in your sheet there. There's a lot of little pieces of glass in that, but it's almost choreographed in the way that he has maneuvered the two of you to fall. He's sort of got his elbows around in a way, and just the fall isn't that much to begin with. You're a bit dazed, but he lands, he rolls off of you. He gets up very quickly before you can, and he points his two swords at you, and he says, "Have at you, foul creature!" Now, Kadia, do you want to join in?
Absolutely. I will. At the sound of my... We'll make it look like I'm following my boss down there, I guess. Being in peril, I'll leap down onto the dance floor after them and brandish my knife at Osiris's direction.
Dex athletics for the leap down. Let's see if you got the grace. Two successes. Look, it's not a superhero landing, but you also don't have far to leap. It is just one floor down, and you're a vampire. You don't have soaring leap or anything, do you? No, you don't, but you do have resilience. Yeah, you land comfortably enough. You're not on your ass, but it's also not spectacularly, whoa, it's just more of a functional, efficient, here I am, here I come to slash your face. Right, so...
As Katya lands, I shout at him, shout back at him, "Not as foul as your mother's farts last night."
Very good. Very good. Alright, so you're flanking him, basically, at this point. He is in the middle. Katya lands to one side of him. Joanne is still struggling to get up to his other side. He's got his two swords, and he's kind of doing a fighter stance. I mean, you're not... neither of you are familiar with medieval weaponry, but he looks like he's preparing himself to left hand for Katya and right hand for Joanne, basically, as he twists himself where he can't properly see Katya. Well, no, he'd moved to face Katya, who's on her feet. He can't properly face Joanne, but he looks ready anyway. And he says, "Takes two of you just to bring me down, does it? Well, sure. Who needs honor in today's age? Fine, fine, fine. Try it." He is not attacking at this point. Katya, you can move first because you arrived of your own will.
Happily. It looks very much to me like he's making this as theatrical as possible,
Wait.
so I will move in not... Well, I will strike at him, but in the expectation that it will be very Hollywood parry back and forth rather than intent to kill.
Okay.
I will cry out in very dramatic fashion, "You have trampled upon the spirits of the workers too long, pompous aristocrat. Today is your day of reckoning."
That would be strength melee, and pardon me while I just add some points to an invisible tally. Strength melee, no, you drank anything changes, so this,
Nope.
this is a good one for you. You're not aiming to slash him at this point. You're aiming to create a blow that can be blocked. Not a lot of successes for what you're going for, but you come in with the knife. His sword just sort of lazily knocks it away, and you feel force in that knock. You're dealing with a powerful arm there, so yours kind of goes, oof. It's like, miserable idealists. He then pushes forward with his other sword, and he goes in for... It looks like he's aiming at your wrist where the knife is, as opposed to the knife itself. But to go in for a block of that, that would be another It'll be melee dex to defend against what he's doing. Three. Yeah, you managed to move it such that you're the sword and the arm holding it is a lot more powerful than the knife, but you're not, slouch yourself, so you knock him back. Joanne, at this point you're on your feet unless you want to go ankle biting again. You have a crossbow and he is not facing you. Do you he's talked about honor and valor before.
Yes. I shout at him, like, you claim that it's two of us who must come against you, but look at you, picking on two weak women in public, for a shame. What kind of man has any sort of esteem that would do something like that? And I aim the crossbow at his face.
Do you shoot it or just aim it?
Just aim it, because I want to wait for him to turn around.
As he whips around, do you let him speak or do you...
I'll let him start responding and then I shoot it.
He's like, I see that we're all armed here. There is no gender card to be played. As you say that, does the bolt?
Yes. As I shoot at him, I'm like, then where are your heels, bitch?
That would be firearms and... Yeah, look, I'll give it to you. You can work it like a gun. Firearms and composure. Have all your dice.
Yay!
Oof. The bolt's going for the face. 4 successes. Our man is interested in a show, but he is not interested in someone of his great name being, publicly murdered. So you see a dodge, an attempted dodge, but it's not quite, as this bolt just goes straight into his shoulder, kind of like where if you've ever played Dead by Daylight, a hook would go. Just straight through, clean shot. Oh! Sword clatters out of his hand. He looks up at you with a grin. He says, very good. One down. And then he lifts his other sword up, and this is faster than you can really react, Katya. You can't really stop him here, but this is almost like Masquerade breachingly quick. He, like, if Homer Simpson did this, he'd leave a cloud of himself. The gloves seem to have come off, so to speak, but basically, he is all at once right up in front of Joanne, with his sword poised, coming down. Do you wish to Dex Athletics dodge this?
I mean, I don't really have any Dex or Athletics to speak of, so...
You can't block a sword when all you have is a crossbow arm thing. Oh, maybe he could try and, it's sort of like a metal piece.
In the spirit of the, I don't know, dramatic thing, I could try and go down with some kind of, I don't know, exaggerated death drop or something.
Well, you don't know what's coming at you yet, so if you're not going to necessarily stop him from doing what he wants to do?
No, because I have no reason to currently believe. I mean, I know he's a lot stronger than me, which is why I know that the only reason that hit him is because he kind of let it. So I'm going with the whole charade.
Osiris cleanly slices off Joanne's head. She's dead now. No, I'm kidding. I had to. Now, but did I turn your camera off? That was cool. Yeah. Oh no, it moved slightly. Hang on, I need to fix my. This is how I pay for it. This is me suffering for my misdeeds. Is that not? Why is there a line of black there? There shouldn't be. Hang on. Why is it happening no matter what? That's weird.
That is very weird.
Just a line of black along the left edge of your.
It's teeny tiny though.
Yeah.
Until you said it, I didn't actually notice it.
It's happening as I move it in. Like, see? See as your face goes away? It's like there's a problem with the overlay itself. Maybe I need to get that looked at. But we don't need to put words into that. Anyway, no. The sword comes down cleanly. And it does come towards where your neck is. And you feel your hair slicing on your right side. And then as that happens, he pulls the sword away, moves back into a sort of neutral stance. It is only through my clearly superior sense of honor and chivalry that I will not take your life this day. But I do, of course, expect a sincere apology for the disrespect that I have been shown. Kadia, do you try anything here?
I think that depends on... I would defer to how Joanne responds at this point.
I'm tempted to be a little bit cheeky. I assume he's fairly close to me at this point.
Right in front of you, yeah. Holding his sword, sort of like up like a soldier, sort of neutrally.
So I wink at him and I go, apologize to you? Don't you mean your mother?
He just does that sort of grasp your chest. He says, my friends, I present to you the modern generation. Nothing can be done. I could remove this head tonight, and the world would be slightly cleaner for it. But more will come, they breed like rabbits. Consider this a cautionary tale, my friends. Don't have kids. He just drops the other sword, clatters to the ground, on the dance floor, and he just sadly walks away, back up into his office. Do you guys sort of wait a bit and then go join him without it looking like you're obviously just following him up?
I'll theatrically help Joanne up. And,
Yes.
make a show of, oh, that was a close one. And
They, the
Funny
people
master
are
and
sort of
master.
just leaving you alone. They're not, they don't want anything to do with this.
And pretends not to know them,
Yeah.
but makes her way up on her own.
Okay, eventually after some appropriate, obfuscation, you guys return to Osiris's booth and he, looks at you all and says, well, this was an enlightening evening. I enjoyed my time. I will say that you have earned your gift. The details of which... well, it's up to you. Are you feeling museum? Theatre? Something else?
I feel like the museum might be best, don't you think? It's the biggest.
I kind of look at Osiris at this point and I go, well, you're a man that is hard to impress. What would you choose?
At this point, Nulai wants to butt in and say, you are a man of theatrics.
Of course. I would, of course, choose the orchard. But... this isn't my concern. As for the transfer, it is, of course, easily enough. Your prince will be in contact with my people and it will be done, and it will look very much as though it was her money all along that had purchased the building. Don't you worry about that.
I wouldn't doubt your skills and abilities for 1 second. Not
You'll have
after
the
that
time.
display this evening.
You'll have the time to make the final decision as to which exact building you want later. Don't need you to decide now. However, I do need to have some conversations with just a few of you. You've all been A for effort. But effort only gets you so far. He points to Flynn. You, I can help. He points to Nulai. Not your best day, was it? See me anyway, though. Don't expect to have a lot of leeway here. He points to Katia. Good show towards the end, but you didn't drink. Not sure there's a lot I could offer you, I'm afraid. He looks to Joanne. We can talk. In fact, I'll speak to all of you in turn. It's just that some impressed me more than others. Now, for the most part, what this is that y'all will have one-on-one with Osiris, and you can ask for some form of mundane or magical thing, or for some information. Now, we're gonna do this kind of quickly because we are low on time, rather than play out the whole conversation. Nulai, what would Nulai necessarily ask as a... Whatever he's been thinking about, knowing that this guy is capable of so much amazing shit, you figured that any old idea of something that Nulai would want, you could probably just throw in.
Something that will help him become a much more powerful person. Oh.
Well, no, you heard it. As a kindred, or in life?
As a kindred.
Okay, so you're specifically looking for magic power stuff here. He thinks about it. He says that he doesn't think you've impressed him enough to give you any sort of special magic stuff, but there is a track he can set you on. A name perhaps, or a suggestion of some stuff to look into, and I'll sort the details of this out between sessions, because I specifically didn't want to have everything prepared here, because I didn't know what you're going to ask me. But essentially, he can't offer you magic goodies, but he can offer you information about magic goodies you might want to obtain, and who and how you might be able to, based on whatever you guys discuss specifics of. So we can deal with that between sessions, but yeah, he will give you something, but he can't... He can give you ideas, not tangible stuff, based on your performance, shall we say. Next to Katia, is there anything that comes to Katia's mind? Or does she decline, or whatever else? Muted
Well,
again.
there's a
Oh,
question
no.
that he may be able to answer.
Sorry. Thought you were muted again, but it just took a while. There's a question. Cool. Alright. That could work.
We know that the person who brought Shadeport down, in days past, was a primogen. All I want to know was, does Osiris know whether Nathaniel was ministry?
Oh. Old Shadeport history, the great myth, the great Nathaniel. Was he of my clan? What I've heard is that there seems to be some kind of Nathaniel resurgence in this city, right? Some sort of cult. That's very much the playbook of my kind. Now that we've moved away from Set, we run all sorts of things. I wouldn't be surprised if whoever was behind that was very much sharing my blood. However, the real thing... I never visited Shadeport during its little troubles, nor would I. Seems like a great place to get your head lopped off, and that's not generally been in my list of to-do for the day. He may have been. I wouldn't necessarily count on it. I don't know enough about the man. But if this current cultist is the same, I would put some of my endless vaults of money on sharing a bloodline with that.
Understood. Thank you.
No worries. Joanne is ushered in next. Any informational or tangible? He seemed fairly impressed with you.
Well, I want to be more able... Okay, well, let me put it this way.
Sure.
I have had the displeasure of dealing with kindred who are less than above board.
Dishonest.
Dishonest. Manipulative, which I suppose is not unusual for our kind, but these seem to take particular pleasure in the more foul aspects thereof. I don't necessarily want to run amok with these people again and be at a disadvantage.
He slowly and carefully removes the ring from his finger, the one that he used when you guys played that game of truth, and he shows it to you. He shows the sort of the stone, which again is sort of light grey, and he places his finger over the top of it, and he says, "My name is Arianda Grande." He takes his finger off, and you notice that the colour has darkened. It is a slightly darker grey. He says, "That happens whenever anybody tells a lie, while they are touching this. After about 5 lies, it will turn black as pitch, at which point it will be useless, until it has some time to recover, work out the foul, lying energy. Now at the moment, you need somebody to touch it. But I'm sure there are ways to enhance its zone of control, so to speak. Perhaps you could take the bone, and it is in fact a bone, it's called a bone of lies, out of this ring, study it, make more. I don't know. But I do have several of these." Puts his on back and goes rummages around in his many different drawers and things. Pulls out an identical looking one and says, "With this you will know when someone is not being truthful with you. Might help your situation."
A gracious gift, to be sure. Let's say I wanted to learn more about my kind, about your kind. As you know, I am still very new to the ranks, and I already have a great deal of pressure on my shoulders. Right now, I don't have any particular leanings one way or another, but I do know that I need to learn more. I'm not directly asking you to teach me more, but if you could point me in a direction where I might
You wish to learn
expand my knowledge of the occult, I would be very pleased.
Well, my contacts in this city are very light, but he points to another storage thing, opens it up, looks like it's full of books, and he says, "There is a lot of knowledge in here. I'm not going to give you the entire case, but if you wish to try your luck," and they are all unmarked black tomes, he says, "these are all in a language you can understand. And they deal with different aspects. There is so much to learn about our world, we could not fit it into a single book. But if you want to try one, take it away. You're not getting the ring, though, if you choose that." Could teach you anything. Could teach you the mysteries of death. Could teach you the history of some of our more sordid affairs. Could teach you some of the secrets you saw displayed in this building.
well, a single object that would give me the ability to tell lies from truth, or knowledge which I could then foreseeably use in whatever capacity I have at my disposal.
And these are not
Seems
books
like
you'll
knowledge
find
is the
in any
obvious
library.
choice.
Okay.
I forgo the ring in favor of a book.
He lets you choose at random, and really, you don't have a lot of time to study them and figure out which ones are worth the most, but off screen you'll find out what's in it and what secrets it can point you to. Mostly because then I have time to come up with it. But it's a start, and yeah, he assures you that there's going to be at least one thing in each of those terms that will enlighten you in some way, but he does not specify more than that. And at the one you pick, he his eyes, I don't think you'll be disappointed with that one. And he lets you go. Flynn, last of all.
Flynn
Yeah.
is going.
Go on.
Sorry. No, you finish.
As you enter, and he says, I think I might know how I can help you, but please.
You might regret helping me after you do it.
I've never done anything in life that I've regretted, or on life.
What do you know of blood bonds?
Not a pretty position to find yourself in. Blood bond, and I'll say this half for everybody, is what happens when one kindred drinks from another too many times. 3, I believe, is the trigger point. It is similar to keeping a ghoul. Your mind starts to change. You view your regnant, your master, as this great, powerful being that you wish to please. If they ask you for something, you will do it. If they say something to you, you will agree with it. The further they are from you physically, the more you can begin to resist this, but when you're right in front of them, you become rather helpless, don't you? And the more you drink from this initial point, the stronger the bond becomes. There's an upper limit. You're not going to completely turn into a gushing puddle of adoration, but at the lower strength levels, you can retain some of your self-awareness. You know that you will do what he wants, but you don't necessarily feel that loyalty. The resentment can start to kick in. Once you're over that midpoint of drinking, though, that self-awareness goes away. You start to really, truly believe that you serve this person because he deserves it. And that it is your job and your role in life to do whatever they want. So because of that, I am inclined to believe that perhaps the strength of yours is on the low side.
Getting there. Do you still wish for me to make my request, knowing that everything I ask, everything you say, your name, who you are, will be known to him?
Do you think there's anything he can do to me? Oh, I don't doubt that you think he is this wonderful, powerful creature of the night that can get his way in a small city like this without much trouble. But there are degrees. You may be an ant to him, but I guarantee whoever this scary benefactor of yours is, he is an ant to me. Go right ahead. If you're asking if I can sever it, no, but I can point you in the direction as to how.
I just asked you a question.
I didn't hear anything.
No, I said you were DM. Question.
Oh, fuck. Right.
And if I were to say that the person that I was bound to was Nathaniel?
Nothing would change in my answer. You speak of a man who brought down a city. I'm above cities.
Will you help me break it?
Will I help you break it? I'm not going to be around long enough for that. But I can do two things for you because you have impressed me so very much. I can help you deal with it in the short term, and I can point you in the direction for the long term.
It's more than what I had when I walked in here today. I'll take
Indeed.
it.
There are a few ways to break it. One, of course, is to simply avoid the fellow for as long as you can. Eventually it will fade, but considering being bloodbound to someone gives them the ability to call to you, to summon you out of nowhere, and you feel compelled to go. Unless you had a trusted friend ready to tie you up, I don't see that working out. Another way is to kill the fellow. Very simple, but perhaps not for you. If, again, you have someone trusted who can kill him for you, well, there you go. The last thing would require the help of a blood sorcerer. A powerful one. It is a ritual that I believe will require some of your regnant's blood. Not as difficult, perhaps, as killing him. They're not easy either. In addition to that, the Tremere must be someone you trust, for the ritual will involve draining you of almost everything you have. You will be at the brink. At anyone's mercy, really. However, I can perhaps point you in the direction of a Shadeport Tremere who I would consider beyond reproach.
I would appreciate that name.
You seek a woman named Selena. Embraced old. She looks to be 60s, 70s. She is a fiercely independent and fair-minded creature of the night. She will be incredibly loyal to you, provided you are above board with her, and that all of your deals are fair. In addition,
Thank you.
he pulls something out of his drawer again. It's another ring, but it's like a wedding band, but it's red, like a dark crimson, which is a little awkward, but still, he says, there's also this. Wear it on any finger you wish, and the instant it touches your skin, you will feel some of that self-awareness, some of that independence return. It is only for as long as it is touching you. Consider it taking a step back from the bond without your regnant being aware that it has happened. So he knows as well as you do when time has gone past and your connection with him has waned a little. But this one will pass his notice. At all times while you have this, he will feel he owns you just a little bit more than he does. Does that sound like something that might help?
It sounds like something that would be of great relief to me.
He hands it to you.
I slip it on my pinky finger, I guess, in my right hand.
It shimmers and it closes around your skin in a way that fits snugly. It was bigger when you put it on. It's like sort of melded to you in a way. You know, you could take it off fairly easily, but as you do, you literally feel lies melting out of your mind. You feel a clearer picture of the person that is ruining your life at this point, and you feel more confident in your ability to stand against him. A layer of misery is washed away in this moment. Well, best of luck, darling.
May I ask one more thing of you?
If you may ask.
The privacy of this room to make a phone call.
Of course. But if you steal anything, I will, of course, eat you. He walks out.
Flynn takes her phone out and calls Mikhail.
Right. Anybody died?
Not yet. Yeah, the night is young.
I am not. What is it?
We were successful. We
Really?
managed to get. Yeah, we've secured the. I believe it was the museum. I'm not entirely sure, but we've secured a venue. I wondered if I could perhaps ask a favor, knowing that this favor would be beneficial to you and yours.
I don't make promises before I have heard the details, but I am always an ear willing to listen.
As you have seen, my control is not always what it should be. If I were to feel myself slipping, could I call upon you to restrain me in any way short of death?
I'm willing to throw in death if that, No, I kid. I have absolutely no issues with grabbing somebody and stopping them from making a fuckwit out of themselves. I have done it many times before, and I'm sure I will do it again without permission, so the permission is simply a bonus.
Say if I said a word to you, you would know that I didn't have the control that I really needed. Without explanation.
I am a Nosferatu, so there are some things that tend to be denied me because of my face. That said, I am aware of a safe word and what it means, yes.
Oh my god. That's not what I meant.
And yet it is where we are!
Is there a particular phrase that you would wish me to use? And I'm really regretting this line of conversation right now.
Well, you'd want it to be subtle, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Look, Flynn, I have tried to occasionally flirt with subtlety, but she is immune to my advances. I'm sure we can think up something, but I'm going to need more time than this.
Fair.
All I can think of right now is, oopsie, I just ate another security guard, and I don't think that's subtle.
That's true. That's true.
With time and reflection, we will find a way to create a code. But
I would never ask you to keep this from the prince. I think that would be a folly. However,
by all means ask. I will ignore it, and we will move on.
I would prefer the rest of the coterie not be aware of this development. However,
that will be up to Juliet.
that's fine.
But I imagine she will not mind.
Can I still have that cat?
I am not in charge of your pets. So good
Thank
luck
you.
getting it to like you. You might need Katya's help for that. Or mine. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. We'll wrap it up from here. Cyrus makes another joke about stealing stuff, but you didn't, so you guys can leave the party at this point. You can maybe feast on people if you want here. Doesn't seem to forbid you. Some of you got some stuff. Some of you got some ideas. And Flynn has made the crew aware. Out of character. that Crimson is known to Flynn under the name Nathaniel. As to the impact this has on the wider game, we will see. There are a number of housekeeping things to deal with over the next couple of weeks between the session, but you got your goal.
About some bombshells.
Yeah. You got your goal for the prince, and you'll got something on top of it, whether it was thoughts or something tangible, or in Flynn's case, both. The Elysium will figure out as to which exact place as well, and as well as stuff like what Joanne can learn from this occult book, which will take a lot of study. It's, you know, it's a dense tome sort of thing. It'll be like every week you can learn a secret of some kind, and we can talk about that. You all got some training in the week before the party, and Flynn has a name of somebody to look into locally. That'll do for now. Again, there's not really much of a debrief for Juliet this time. We went to the party, we entertained the idiot, we got our thing. So I think that's about all, and we can wrap that up if anyone doesn't have any lingering thoughts.
I'm excited for the tomes and goodies next round.
Yes.
That went a lot better than I thought it would.
For you.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, the points tally in the background came out to Flynn did very well. Joanne didn't do as well as Flynn, but did a lot. Katia and Nulai less, but still above the 0 threshold, which was basically everything was a plus or a minus. Nobody was in the negatives, that's why everybody got to talk. But there was sort of a threshold for being offered actual objects instead of just words and ideas. Katia only asked for words and ideas, so that didn't come up, but basically Joanne and Flynn were the ones who made it into the actual touchable stuff level. And Flynn got as much as she did, mostly because of the story benefits, but it did also help that you made the highest points. Just in terms of the drinking of the thing. The drinking of the thing counted for a lot, and it's the only reason why Nulai got anything at all. Sorry. It wasn't the fault of your intentions, it was the fault of the dice, I think.
The dice were exceptionally cruel today.
Oh yeah. My god. Anyway, I will catch you all 2 Sundays from now for the next City of Dread, but I will catch Stream.
It feels so long.
I know. I will catch Stream next Wednesday for more Final Fantasy XIV, if you're into that. Fare thee well, everybody.